So good afternoon everybody and welcome to Ashton in Makerfield here in Wigan for round one of the Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship. We've got a beautiful day lined up for us as always. I'm Phil G and alongside me as always Daniel Koenig.
Nice to be here this afternoon, Phil, isn't it?
Yeah. So we're here in a fairly damp afternoon and we'll let you see what happened in Superpole this morning before we get to catch up with all the race action. So we prepare ourselves for Superpole then. Robin Brown then just in shot as Richard Blakeman makes his way to the gate for his attempt at Superpole. He is the fifth fastest qualifier this morning in our wet combined practice and qualifying session, so he was fifth. Richard Sharp on the Trips.UK KTM was fourth. The high-tech coatings 94 of Lee Williams was third. The Manxman Ryan Kringle, he was second fastest, just about 0.5 of a second off the number 74 of Chris Hodgson, who will be the last man out on track. But here goes Blakeman then. So he's going to get half an outlap, Danielle, and dodgy conditions here. Yeah,
it is definitely a big change from the weather that we saw yesterday. So Richard's qualifying time was a 1:27.156, so that'll be the time he's aiming to beat to improve on his starting position for race one. So here he goes, he's heading round Luna. He'll be wanting to get a good drive out of here, not spin that rear up as he then crosses our timing line there. You can see Kirk there with that flag heading into turn one.
Yeah, it's really slippy there. A little bit of water usually running across the circuit in turn one. And as he comes into the off-road for the first time, obviously yesterday this was absolutely dusty as anything. But this is actually going to be, I wouldn't say prime, but it's going to be pretty good through here all day.
Yeah, there was quite a few rocks that we found in there yesterday, and it did rut out a little bit. So that might be something that the riders will have to contend with. So not clearing that tabletop to be able to make the quite tight exit off our first off-road section as he makes his way round this really slippy bit of tarmac to head up to the tabletop. Quite a long run up to then clear the tabletop, absolutely inch perfect there as he makes his way to our second off-road section.
Yeah, he's going up there. That's so much better than yesterday. And now it's the big bit down over Coward Summit and down the far side of the track. Really difficult to know how fast to go in these wet conditions on your own because you're always kind of judging yourself off the guy in front. If he's going fast and he's not falling off, you can go at least that fast. But Blakeman then on the Fat and Fast Racing KTM through the end of pit lane, through the right and the left onto the Rogerson Straight. As it does look like it's fairly grippy out there. It has to be said, he's not had any moments yet, but it is very slippy around here. We had a drift event here on Saturday, which has left a ton of rubber on the circuit. But Blakeman then getting on the gas to come across and complete his lap and give us a time to aim for.
Yep, that was a really, really tidy lap there from Richard. So we'll just wait for our timing screen to update so we can see what that lap time is. And he has gone quicker. He's done a 1:26.624. So provisionally he is in pole position. But we'll wait now for our next rider, Richard Sharp, to make his way out onto circuit for this lap.
All right, Sharpie already out on track then. There he is, Richard Sharp then on the Trips.UK KTM mounted this year. The whole team then finally all on the same brand. Richard using the Huskies for the last couple of seasons, but he's on the new KTM, as is son Harley, who will also be in our races this afternoon. Picking his way, that's going to be really tricky. I'm expecting a few people to end up on the floor there in that transition, Danielle.
Yeah, and this really tight corner here, it's incredibly slippy there, but all these riders are definitely familiar with this circuit now. Whether they've run this layout before, they do know the areas of the track that are exceptionally slippy, especially this here, trying to get the power down now if you've got all that dirt on your tyres, spinning up as they head over Coward Summit and then back down towards our pit lane.
This is always a dodgy part of the circuit as well, a bit of standing water on the exit, but Sharpie then into pit lane corner, around past the Michelin banners there. We're going to have a competition for the best backing it in picture past those banners.
I think Sharpie will be a real contender for that championship today.
So here he comes then. Round Luna for his fast lap and steady on the power there. And he will go across the line and we will get the time for Richard Sharp.
So Richard Sharp hasn't gone quicker. He has done a 128.5. So provisionally he is in second place. As we wait for, I believe that is Williams.
That's Lee Williams, Lee Willow Williams again. Good day yesterday. He was there or thereabouts all day, and I think he likes these conditions. I seem to remember back in the day he was fairly handy in the wet. Obviously, he left the British Supermoto paddock to go road racing for 8 or 9 years at a pretty decent level, and so he won't be scared of wet tarmac. Picks his way through that chicane.
Yeah, you can see
nice and tight there to the tyre wall. There's a lot more grip right close to the edge of the circuit. Just clips the top of that tabletop. That is running the wrong way round, so it never feels right.
No.
And this turn here, you never feel like you get out of here well. I don't know, no matter how good you get it, you always feel you could have got it better. And that obviously gives you the speed over Coward Summit and down into this right-hander where you've got to be really careful on the brakes, the way that you come off them so you don't make the front light. And Willow then down past pit lane. He's got 126 to beat for pole and a 128 to go in front of Richard Sharp. So Sharp was a little bit off the pace there. Obviously wasn't feeling comfortable.
No, we can see Williams there hugging those curves as he makes his way around. We have seen standing water on Luna before. It doesn't look quite as bad, so we haven't had some torrential downpours this morning. It has just sort of been showers here and there, but it has definitely been enough to absolutely sodden the circuit. It's
not been heavy rain. It's that fine rain that soaks you through, to quote that famous comedian, but it is definitely a full wet setup for everybody.
So Lee Williams doing a 126.8. So again, that puts him just in front of Richard Sharp there. So he's provisionally in second place on the front row of our grid for race 1 of our A group. But we've now got Ryan Kringle making his way onto the off-road.
So the Manxman then, and got 121 on the bike, but I think it will show 68 on our live timing. I'm not sure that was the bike he was scheduled to ride. But he came to the sport, did a few rounds with us last year. The man from the Isle of Man, he's a TT racer and Manx racer and general all-round guy who will race anything, anywhere. And he was a good addition to the Supermoto grid last year. And he's here for the first round, so hopefully he'll be doing a full series. And he's not a man who's not afraid to get his elbows out during the races, and he looked like he got a nice run through there, Danielle.
He did. He was really close to that grass, and he didn't look quite as smooth as we saw Richard through there. But maybe that can just show that he is trying to put that power down and that aggressive riding style. But here he is making his way down pit lane, backing it in slightly there. He normally goes for a knee-out style, so these wet conditions, he is favouring that foot out.
He did, yes. He is a knee-out guy in the dry, but obviously a man who knows that that's not the thing to be doing in weather like this. So he's going to go into Luna and see the water, then just standing water on the inside. But we'll say this track does drain really well until it doesn't. And because it's been so dry, there's not a lot of standing water in the grass. So what water we do get will certainly drain off the track. So let's see what Kringle does for time. 124.74. So he's absolutely blitzed that. So Chris Hodgson is going to have to get his finger out if he wants to get pole position. Hodgie into turn 1 then on the TM Leeds Team UK 450 TM. He's just back from a trip to Italy and performed really well out there. Good to see Chris getting the chance to ride internationally after all these years. And nice line on the inside there.
Yeah, you can see that TM spinning up there as he tries to get the power down. But again, very tight as he makes his way off the off-road. So I'm assuming he's going to... Oh, he's got a little bit wider there around those tyres, but managed to get the power down. I'm sure he will be inch perfect over the tabletop.
He actually clipped that a little bit. I will say that in the wet, the thing that makes the TM, the bike in the dry, is the thing that makes it hard in the wet. The aluminium chassis, not as flexible. And though as Chris has got a full wet setup bike, that he has worked on, he's not ridden it a great deal. He was telling me in the paddock this morning, so he's not had a lot of track time. His trip to Italy and a few test days just to get the bike set up, so he's not really where he was wanting to be coming into this first round of the Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship. But he warmed up yesterday with 3 wins and is hoping to repeat that today. But he's got to beat a good time from Ryan Kringle of 124.74. And he comes onto the start-finish straight and takes the checkered flag, and we will see whether he goes top. No, he doesn't. Third place for Chris Hodgson, so I don't think he'll be too stressed about that. But an excellent pole position then for the Manxman Ryan Kringle on the KTM. He will start race 1 from pole position with Richard Blakeman, Chris Hodgson and Lee Williams on the front row. And Richard Sharp will start from the outside of row 2.
So that is our grid now for our A Group race 1.
So that was Super Pole, and Ryan Kringle showing everybody the way round in the wet this morning. But this is our Supermoto Contract Solutions Supermoto Group C, just making their way out of the holding area for the first race of the day. Although the weather not ideal, it's definitely wet. There's the 101 of Neil Meelan. He's the man that's going to be starting from pole position. Didn't quite make the cut for the B group, which is a surprise because Neil's been riding really well. Maybe just not a fan of those wet weather conditions that we saw this morning. But although it's wet, it's not raining hard. It's just a kind of a constant drizzle. As I think I said in Super Pole, Daniel, that fine rain that soaks you through. But certainly not as bad as we were led to believe it was going to be.
Yeah, it's not torrential downpours, but it's definitely enough to keep that circuit soaked. And like you said, the drainage on this circuit is really good, so that standing water should hopefully peel itself away. It looks like that was Rip Jennings there, just pulling himself off to the side. Rip, one of our younger riders, I believe, out there in the C group. Make sure that if you're not already, you are following the British Supermoto Championship on Instagram and Facebook, as well as TNL Sports on YouTube for all the live and free-to-watch action from this season going forward. And also, we've got the replays from last year. For everything else, make sure you get to the website of the British Supermoto Championship.
So these guys will get a sight lap, but it is Neil Meelan then that's going to sit on pole on the 101 from the 333 of Max Batty. Gavin Scaife then, number 14 on the Automotive Solutions Husqvarna, he will be there in third. And Liam Pearson then moving up to the big bikes from our academy class on the 150. He's going to head up the outside of row 1.
So, row 2, we've then got Sean Rogerson there, one of our, I believe, a new rider to the championship and an over 45. Following him, we have Ian Rogerson, Tommy Sayer, who was one of our novices from last season, and then Farron Young there on the outside on board his Goon Squad Beta.
And then third row will be Dean Clark on the number 6 Husky, the number 95 Bathmate KTM this year of John Oakes, the 555 of Adrian Dealey, and the number 19, the under 21 rider and former academy rider Tom Nutter, moving up to the adult class.
Yeah, he had a really good day yesterday, taking rider of the day. Behind him, we've got Max Feeney on board that Husqvarna 250. Alongside him, we'll then have Sean Jones, Max Rhodes on that 85, and then Philip Rigg. And
then, as row 5 will be Michael Whittam, Jason Laycock, one of the new Bathmate riders, Rick Owen, and Lewis Cooper.
Then we've got Sebastian Gazlowski, Eddie Rushford, Lily Rhodes and Ruby Booth.
And then Craig Routh and Dan Spencer. He had a problem in qualifying, came back into the pits. We had a combined practice and qualifying this morning, which kind of caught us a little bit here on the hop, because I was expecting to get 2 sessions to go out and watch everybody on track and only got 1. But yeah, he had a problem in warm-up this morning with his what would be his number 1 bike, or certainly his wet bike, I think. He came back in, it was making a little bit of a noise he wasn't happy with, and then I did see him pushing back in. So the man with the best beard in the paddock, bar none, and obviously he's got Rick Owen for competition because they're both going for that title. He's going to start from the back row of the grid, but I would expect him to come through. Vision going to be an issue then, because obviously roll-offs do not like the rain, but tear-offs are banned. So there's going to be a few people out there wiping their goggles. And they come to the grid for what's going to be the opening race of what we're hoping is going to be as good a championship as we saw last year. The 2024 season certainly delivered, and all the races in all the groups. There is the Goon Squad rider Neil Meelan with his waterproof on. But like I say, not raining a massive amount. There's a few puddles just outside our window that you can't really see whether it's raining or not. So it's wet enough to stay wet, which is what we wanted to see.
Yeah, and we've seen Max Batty, don't know if he did many rounds last year or the year before, but on board that KTM, normally a rider that we've seen do that knee down style. But our Contract Solutions C Group have always given us some great entertaining races, so I'm sure this will be non-different.
I think that Sean and Ian Rogerson, I think that they might be the Royal Building Services guys, because they stepped up as sponsors this year, and I did see that note on one of the calendars. There's Gavin Scaife on the Automotive Solutions. He nicked a win yesterday from Sean Jones by literally the hair on the front of his tyre, to the point where Jones didn't believe that he hadn't won it. So if we can see some action like that today, it's going to be difficult. What you tend to find in these wet conditions is the guy at the front is the one that sets the pace, and everybody else will just sit in behind. There's the number 19 of Tom Nutter. The graphics on that bike in the sun yesterday were absolutely fantastic. We're not going to see the shining off them today. Yeah,
I think they were actually made by one of our other riders in the paddock, Oliver Holmes. So Whole Shot Designs have done those. But again, I think there was also a little joke there made that I think he also has Thin and Fast added to his graphics.
He does indeed. So a little bit of a homage to the Fat and Fast guys of Richard Blakeman, Ollie Holmes, and Jamie Duncan. As our man on the front of the grid, Andy, will look over at the lights. He will wave the red flag and point over there, and we will be underway with the first Contract Solutions C Group race of 2025. Away they go. So Scaife got a bit of a... He actually got away quite well. That looks like Tommy Sayer coming through from row 2 as they come into the first turn full the first time, but it is going to be Neil Meelan on the 101. Goon Squad, Husqvarna, that is going to lead them into this off-road. This was dusty as anything yesterday, but I think this will ride really nice today, Danielle.
Yeah, it's nice and compacted in. It has been sat over winter, so I think that's done it a world of good. But great start there for Neil, and you can see he is pulling a little bit of a lead there on Tommy Sayer. Liam Pearson gone for that inside to outside line, just getting a little bit caught up there. I think that might be Farron Young there that's just nipping through.
I think Meelan's made a bit of a nonsense coming off the off-road there. He's gone back to third, so it's going to be Sayer that leads from Gavin Scaife as they come over the tabletop for the first time. Again, that jump we're running it backwards, so it should be a long take-off and a short landing. It's actually the other way, and I never feel nice over that. But he made a decent job of that. And again, Tommy Sayer, another rider that's been pretty good so far this season in racing yesterday, and he'll be hoping to continue that.
Yeah, I was really impressed with him there going over the tabletop. He looked like an A-group rider there. Really, really clean. Gavin Scaife there, not the best of starts off the line, not able to keep the front wheel down on that Automotive Solutions Husqvarna, I think. But as we watch them now come through, we'll see which riders have sort of managed to find as much grip as possible in through this tarmac section as they head towards Luna now. We did see some standing water, so hopefully that has cleared a little bit. We have had super lights out on track as well.
Oh, bit of a moment there. Sayer just got the rear moving. Scaife will see that, and this is when you go, well, if I sit behind you and see how fast you can go, as long as I'm not getting pressure from behind, those front three starting to break away. Pearson then, there's a group of 5 that are away at the front. And it looks like Batty's there in 4th with Liam Pearson. His dad said he likes the wet, but it's his first time on a big bike. Neil Meelan dives to the inside in the off-road. Is he going to make a run round the outside? This is where he made a nonsense last time, and he takes the lead. I think he's stalled in this corner.
So Neil there making his way over the tabletop, pulling away a little bit there from Tommy Sayer as they make their way up through this off-road. And like you say, really tricky to get the power down as you come up off the off-road and onto Coward Summit. It just spins up for fun. But looking like all the other riders filtering through nice and steady. Surprisingly, we've not seen anyone sort of making a little bit of a meal of that off-road yet. We did see a few people off yesterday.
I think the grip levels in the off-road today are going to be so much better than they were in the dry yesterday. It was marbles and horrible dust yesterday that even the top lads were struggling with. But Meelan has found his way back to the front, and he's starting to make a bit of a break for it after, like I say, taking the whole shot and then just making a mistake leaving the first of our off-road sections. He is a rider that I would have expected would have maybe made himself up into the B group, but again, always difficult to know how fast to go. And just slide in the rear. The battle for second then between Scaife and Batty. Now at 2 seconds adrift.
Oh, Batty trying to go around the outside of Scaife there.
So that is the battle for second, third and fourth. So Sayer, Scaife and Batty. With Liam Pearson there, I'll say on that 250, just moved up from an 85. And this is where the smaller, younger riders, I mean, he is starting to grow as we see all these kids all suddenly shoot up at the age 13, 14, 15, growing into the 250.
Got Sean Jones there with his roll-offs, having a malfunction with that trailing behind him.
And this is the kind of thing, vision becomes a problem. That's a nice, again, lovely smooth transition from Tommy Sayer, but he's coming under pressure from Batty. He was quick through the off-road, and he's closing in on the 16 as they make their way over the top of Coward Summit. This will get worse and worse as the day goes on for grip, as the road plane, the dirt in the road planings drags on round the track. And you do actually get to a point in the day where the bit of the track that looks driest is actually just dirt, and the grip is on the wet stuff on the outside. As they come down into the pit lane turn, and Batty's going to have a little look down the inside, is he? No, he's not. Keeping it, well, nobody's keeping the powder dry today. It's as damp as a damp thing. Scaife just starting to drop off a little bit.
Yeah, Max coming from more of a tarmac background in comparison to Sayer, who I believe both the Sayer brothers have come from motocross. So I would expect to see Batty try a move as they head round Luna. It needs to be really careful on the outside there. Like you said earlier, we did have the drift cars here at the weekend, so probably a lot of rubber on the outside of the circuit.
Sayer not afraid of getting on the brakes there. The back wheel just looked like it lifted a little bit as he tipped into turn one. And then this is the bit where Batty seems to show his speed. Is he going to follow Sayer? Whichever way Sayer goes, I'm expecting him to go the opposite way. No, he doesn't. He follows. And Scaife again closing up. Race leader then just disappearing out of shot. Neil Meelan, he's away at the front to the tune of 4 seconds now. And this is the battle for second. And let's not forget that the top two out of this will move up into our Race IQ B group for race 2. So this is an important battle. It's not just for points. And there, indeed, it does look like Batty has made his way through. There's a twin line there, and Batty did the thing of not following and made that pass on Sayer look fairly easy at the end of the day.
Yeah, nice clean pass there from Max Batty. Gavin Scaife now will know that he can close that gap on Tommy Sayer. And again, Liam Pearson's still there or thereabouts. He's only about 1.7 off our leader, so it's only about 0.8 of a second between him and Gavin. So he'll be trying to close that gap down. But Max Batty looking smooth as ever, heading round. So looks like we're just coming up on a back marker there.
Yeah, we've got some of our academy riders, some of our mini bike riders out there as well in this one. In fact, that looks like that's the is that Max Rhodes? So looks like Max has slid off.
I think that was Rip Jennings on Max Rhodes' bike. So the rider we saw pushing the.
Right, okay. Oh yeah, there you switched on already. But it's I definitely got the right bike.
Yeah.
But yeah, we did see Rip Jennings pushing back in. So Paul Rhodes stepping in with a little bit of assistance. Oh, and here comes the 150 round the outside. Liam Pearson then offline, but there should be plenty of grip out there. So Pearson's suddenly looking a bit racy, and this is what you find when you get a little bit of confidence in the wet, and the two guys in front of you are being a little bit careful. You can suddenly pull back a lot of time.
I think that rain is starting to come down a little bit heavier now as well. Just looking out of our comms box window, we can see that. But Liam there, it looks like he made a little bit of a mistake and spun up, but that didn't give Ian Rogerson enough to be able to make a move around the outside. He is currently our fastest man on track though, the 162, doing a 136.5, so he's definitely a man on the move. So
Rogerson was 2.8 seconds adrift of Pearson as they went across the line, and in that off-road section he was all over the back of him. So he's closed in from quite a way back. So if he's a man that's got some confidence, if you get heat in the tyres, if you can push hard enough to get the tyres warm, the grip level goes up, you can go faster, you generate more heat. The worst thing that you can do is to slow down. And it looks like Rogerson has found that. He's only a few bike lengths off as they go past pit lane. And this is now a 4-rider freight train. Pearson again offline where looking for the grip as they come onto the Rogerson straight. Is he going to have a run down the outside of Scaife? You see there's the opportunity to run around the outside here, but where the direction changes, here he is, he's going to go around the outside. There's loads of grip out there to be found, but he's only on a 250. He's not going to have the straight line speed. Oh, big moment for Sayer.
Oh, he has a quick look across to see he's blocking that inside, but Pearson there putting his bike right where it needs to be.
Oh, that was good stuff there. Pearson stuck his front wheel down the inside of Tommy Sayer. But
it looks like Rogerson again. He's also made that move through on Gavin Scaife now as they make their way up to the dirt. Liam there pushing to the inside. He's sending Rogerson round the long way there.
He definitely, and he's got them done right tight on the inside, not got stuck in the rut. Oh, this is costing Rogerson time. They've managed to put Scaife back to 5th. Race leader Neil Meelan already over the tabletop, so he's going to be enjoying starting from the back of the row with the bees. And Tommy Sayer, that's let him off the hook a little bit.
Yeah, but it is still Max Batty that's out in second, so he's broken away now from this group. You can see him there just making his way over Coward Summit. So this battle here for 3rd, 4th and 5th.
Still too close to call, because Rogerson is the man who was definitely on the move. Lap time was, as you pointed out, Danielle. And as we watch Pearson starting to close in on the back of Sayer, I'm expecting him to try and pull the same kind of move around Luna as he did on Gavin Scaife. As again he goes nice and wide. This is where the grip is round the outside. Absolutely perfect.
Brilliant pass there from Liam Pearson on board that 250.
I'm sure Dad Blaine has drilled into him where the grip is to be had, and he's just going out there, not leaving too much track. But this track predominantly used for karting. They've got higher carts here that run round all the while, and basically a cart width off the racing line in the dry is where all the grip is in the wet as we start the final circuit. And that's been a good ride from Liam Pearson. He's going to, at best or at worst, he's going to start from pole for race 2. I can't see him catching Batty unless Batty has a bit of a nonsense in this off-road section.
Rogerson there trying to use the flat part of the off-road there to see if he can make a move on Sayer. There's no rut there for you to be able to put that wheel into, so you can see the rear wheel sort of squirming about there, whereas when you can see there Sean Jones using that berm, there is a bit of a rut that you can get your back wheel into to sort of stop that happening. But Rogerson's made a pass on Sayer there as they head up towards the tabletop, so that'll improve him up to 4th.
Sean Rogerson's coming as well. He's another man on the move. He's there behind Scaife. He's in 7th. He's found his way onto the back of this battle, but it is the final lap now. And that is the 162 of Ian Rogerson. Then is he going to close in? So Meelan is the man out the front on this final lap, and there he is right on cue down the Rogerson straight. Now Liam Pearson is right on the back of Max Batty as they came out of shot, so if we can long shot this one as they come across the line, we're going to have, oh, he's right there, here comes Meelan.
So Meelan will take the checkered flag.
We're going to get the long shot, and is Pearson going to do it around the outside? Not quite. He just run out of track in the wet, so Batty will go up to the bees, and Pearson will have to start from pole position. But that was a great end to our first Contract Solutions C Group. Pearson, well, he does like the wet, and obviously first time on that bike in the wet, let's not forget. So Neil Meelan will take the win from Max Batty, with Liam Pearson 3rd, Ian Rogerson 4th, Tommy Sayer 5th and Sean Rogerson in 6th. We'll wait for our official results obviously as they come across the line. Yeah, good bit of action there. Not too many people sliding down the track. Didn't see anybody really tipping off and getting caught out by the conditions in the background of any of that. So there we go. And we got the bottom end of the results. But it was a win for Max Batty from Liam Pearson, Ian Rogerson, Tommy Sayer and Sean Rogerson in 6th. So we look down at our B group in the holding area. There we go. Right. So Neil Meelan then takes the win from the 333 of Max Batty, with Liam Pearson 3rd and Ian Rogerson 4th. Then it was the 16 of Tommy Sayer and the 303 of Sean Rogerson. So I'm expecting both of those Rogerson boys to be battling for the top 2, because they both got a turn of speed. And then 7th was the 14 of Scaife, with Sean Jones in 8th. And as we look at the rest of them, Whittam 17th, Tyler Clark 18th. Decent race. Rip Jennings then classified as 26th. Paul Green on pole by the looks of it for our B Group race 1. just missed the cut.
Yeah,
In
one
the
of our...
Trips.UK KTM guys.
Yeah, alongside him we've got Simon Burgess on board that Husqvarna there, the number 53. And then behind him, alongside them on that front row, will be the 58 of Craig Forshaw on board that Automotive Solutions Honda. And then alongside him, it will be the 167 of Michael Craig on board his KTM.
I tell you what, there's some big hitters in this one. I mean, I'm looking at the A group and thinking, well, who's made it and who's not, but 18 rider A group for the first group of races, and Paul Groom will start from pole. Both he and Chris Lambourne both made the cut yesterday, but different in the wet this morning. Groomy waving at the crowd. Or maybe he was just pulling his roll off, so I love it when commentators always waving at the crowd. Also there, the 51 of Jason Slater, another one of the Trips guys, so they're well represented in this one. The 10 of Paul Reynolds, the 174 of Tom Elam. He's a rider returning from a long-term injury, been out 3 years with a shoulder injury, and his first weekend back this weekend. But it is Paul Groom then that will sit on pole position for the first of these Race IQ B Group races. Rain has, it's not particularly eased, but it isn't getting any worse. So the track conditions should stay pretty good. Decent qualifying there from the 73 of Ollie Sims in 8th. He's there on the ex-Mark Reiner Schmidt, ex-Jay Smith, ex-Dean Wingate Honda, so that bike been through a few hands, but I will say that Dean Wingate owed it for only a fleeting glimpse of time. So there's your grid then. Groom and Burgess, Forshaw and Craig on row 1.
Then we've got Lambourne, Wood, Sayer and Sims on row 2.
Row 3's Duncan Wright, Blake Wilson, Jason Slater and the Bathmate KTM of Kev Crowlers.
Then on row 4 we have Scott Wright, Dan Billum, Tom Elam and Paul Reynolds.
And then row 5, Jamie Wrigglesworth, the road racer Mike Norbury, Dave Spafford and the Scotsman Oliver Ross.
So that does round up our Race IQ B group, as we watch them do their warm-up lap and make their way through the off-road now for the first time of this session.
Now nobody will want to fall off in this one because it's a long way back. If you go down in this first B group race, you're going to be battling for the rest of the week, battling for the rest of the day to try and get back to the front. Simon Burgess then, a guy who was an under-the-radar rider last year. He had some good performances. I think he might have made 1 or 2 A group appearances towards the tail end, but he's been there or thereabouts, and only been riding for a couple of years, I think, and been decent. Paul Groom, man has been racing for a long time, a really good motocrosser back in the day, and a decent supermoto racer. Had a good day yesterday, but didn't get the rub of the green in qualifying this morning. Difficult conditions, as we saw in Superpole.
Also worth mentioning, a lot of the riders in this class are in 2 groups. So we've got over 45s and under 21 riders. So riders such as Paul Groom, Michael Craig, Chris Lambourne and James Wood will all be wanting to make their way up to that A group, because that sort of gives them like a certified number of points based on that class. So if they make their way to the A group in this first group, it saves them having to battle it out with the rest of the over 45 riders in the next B race. So that's something to keep in mind as well. They do all have sort of other championships other than the Trips UK British Supermoto Championship. We do have other classes integrated into these races as well.
Keeps it interesting for everybody. Duncan Wright there on the 111. He's there on I think they're on row 3 on a new to him TM. KTM mounted last year, but the man from Scotland onto a TM, and we'll see how he goes. They're not the easiest of bikes to ride in the wet. They're a really, really focused machine. You need to get the setup right. So Andy will point at the lights then, and our Race IQ B Group Race 1 for 2025 underway. Everybody nice and steady.
Great start there from Paul Groom there, covering the inside as he makes his way round turn 1, and Forshaw there slotting into second.
Burgess got pinged for a jump start yesterday, so he was absolutely dead still as the lights went out this time. So it is Groom then from Forshaw. Craig then going the long way round, and he is going to ride around the outside of Craig Forshaw as they go up the hill, but I think he's just going to... Depends whether Forshaw cuts across to the inside here. Oh, we got somebody gone down up the top. Is that looks like that might have been Well, that's got to have been Paul Groom.
Yeah, I think it might be Groomy that's down there,
Yeah,
as
so
it
it
is Burgess that's out in front now.
So we're saying you don't want to be falling off in this one, and Paul Groom's done exactly that, just took the front in that flick-flack. It's really, really twisty up there, and whether he's just took the front as he's come out onto the tarmac, and it's given Simon Burgess a little bit of a lead over. It looks like Craig Forshaw second there on the Automotive Solutions Honda, Danielle.
Yep, great start from him. He slotted in. So Burgess now will be wanting to break away from these top three. So that looks like, again, another good start for Woody. So James Wood looks like he's up to third place. So after starting this one in sixth, to now make it up to third on the first lap, that's a great start for the Bathmate rider. Yeah,
fresh KTM underneath the number 82 of James Wood. And again, another one of the guys in the over 45 championship, I think. And as a result, he's a man with plenty of experience, and he's pretty decent in the wet, so he'll know that if he can get past either one of these as Forshaw takes Burgess down the start-finish straight, he just needs to pop his way past one of these guys to make his way to the A group. And I think that Forshaw, definitely a guy with A group speed, never qualifies brilliantly, and to be fair, I don't think Three Sisters is a track that's always been kind to him. He did have a tip-off yesterday on the Rogerton Straight. Burgess obviously showing his motocross pedigree, and he rails around the outside to retake the lead.
Yeah, and I have to say, that inside to outside line going this way round, really tight as you get off that tabletop. So for him to be able to manhandle that 450 and get it round that inside berm, then get the power down, really, really impressive. And like you say, showing his off-road prowess.
Does run a little bit wide there. James Wood all over the back now of the number 58 of Craig Forshaw, and he won't need an invitation. If there's a space, then he's going to take it.
Definitely a Trips UK rider there, made their way up. So not sure if that is the 211 of Chris Lambourne.
Yeah.
Just trying to have a look to see where Paul Groom may have slotted in.
He doesn't slot it in at all. He came back right at the tail end of the field, a long way adrift. He's plus 50 seconds off the leader, so whatever problem he had, it took him a long while to get going again, and he's going to be, if he's not starting from the back row of the grid in the next one, I'll be very surprised. But here is the battle for second then. James Wood on the Bathmate KTM, all over the back. Forshaw's just started to get a couple of bike lengths. Woody needs to stay with him as they find their way round. I say they're all going to be looking. It'll be interesting to see what the lap times are like, whether the track is getting faster or slower, and in what seems like a bit of a reversal to what you'd expect. Sometimes as the rain gets heavier, the track actually grips up.
So unsurprisingly, Simon Burgess is our fastest man on track at the moment, the number 53 out in front. Craig Forshaw doing a 1:34.8, with James Wood doing a 1:35.1 on his last lap. So Forshaw just edging out that lead ever so slightly on that lap, but it is Simon Burgess that is pulling away at the front.
So the Prof Chris Lambourne on the 211 Trips.uk KTM, another fresh bike. I'm saying another fresh bike for him. He's not a guy that's known for throwing money at things unnecessarily, but yeah, he's got a good KTM under him for this season. He's put the pass on Michael Craig already, and he's already starting to close the gap to Forshaw and Wood. So we'll see what he can pull off in this 6 remaining laps.
Blake Wilson there on the A8 bike there. You can see him just in shot. It won't have the A8 on it, but with that road race style helmet, he's having a really good ride there, managing to keep off the 311 of Jake Sayer. So Jake there on board that Honda. We did just see his brother in our Contract Solutions Group C race. And then again, like you said, Ollie Sims, another good ride from him. So he's currently sat there in 8th place.
Oh, that was commentator's curse, Danielle, because he lit the rear up on that Honda. Never ridden that bike in the wet. Never ridden it at all since to date, and he just lit the back end up as he came out onto the Rogerton Straight. There he is picking it up. But so that's one to you.
Sorry, but he was going really, really well.
He was, but again, you look, unless you're trying hard, you don't know where the grip level is, and he's just, again, never ridden a 450. He's only a kid. I mean, he's like 14, 15 years old, something like that. So no harm, no foul in that. There's right, Prof is closing in. You can see the gap is closing.
Oh, it looked like that was Jason Slater there having a little bit of a nightmare with that inside to outside line, just popping that KTM over the berm. But again, Burgess there clearing that tabletop, lovely. Forshaw and Wood just clipping the back wheel as they make their way over.
Woody's not able to put any pressure on the number 58 as it stands at the moment. And here's the Bathmate replay then. Just watch him as he comes out. You just see he gets on the gas and the rear just comes round. Mike Norbury did really well to avoid him, as did Michael Craig. In fact, no, that was Slater that had him underneath his front wheel. So, but he's up and running. So, again, a learning experience. And let's not forget that Ollie Sims is also doing Supersport 300 road racing as well. But the battle at the front, getting racy again, because I think that Burgess has found his way to the front, doesn't know how fast to go. And here comes Forshaw up the inside. I would have thought if Burgess had got the speed, he'd have gone, and Forshaw makes the pass again. Woody's still there. Let's see how close Chris Lambourne is, if he's in shot as well. No, he's not going to make it. So this is a three-rider battle for the two positions to go up to the A group, Danielle.
Yeah, great pass there from Craig Forshaw on board that Automotive Solutions Honda. Burgess there, again, taking that inside line. So will he be able to regain that lead? It looks like he has carried more speed through the off-road. So will he come out in front? He has. Woody there following the same line as Forshaw. So Forshaw's now got all that work to do again on the tarmac as they make their way around to the tabletop. But it may be the case that Burgess there was just relaxing a little bit into that pole position. So maybe Forshaw making a move will actually give him sort of a spur him on to try and push a little bit harder in these wet and tricky conditions.
So interesting enough, and if Craig can get close enough, he's only got to lead across the line. He don't have to lead across the dirt section. So if he can get back on him for the final lap and outrun him to the line, I think obviously he's going to have to get his finger out a little bit to close the gap. They've dropped James Wood now, so that's definitely spurred Burgess on. Be interesting to see what his lap time is this time by.
So Forshaw did manage to do a 1:32.5, so that was how he managed to close that gap on Simon Burgess. So we'll watch him across the line this time. I would say Burgess will have put a faster lap together there.
But look, Forshaw's a lot faster. Is he going to come back round up the inside? He is, look. So if it comes down to a run to a line, Craig Forshaw has got this covered. So what he needs to do now, he needs to send Simon Burgess the other way in the off-road. He needs to realise that he's been passed twice there and he needs to take the other line. But you don't want to risk going somewhere you've not been before. Let's see if he does. Now he goes to the outside. They're going to come up on a bit of traffic. That's Paul Groom that they're catching. So whatever he's done. But again, Forshaw not able to hold on. Oh, it's going to be tight this time.
I don't think sending Simon Burgess the long way around would actually make much difference, because as we've seen with our A group in Superpole, that outside to inside line was actually preferred. So I think even if he did have to go for that line, I do think he'd still be able to carry as much speed.
He's still, I think he is faster, and you can see how much time he's pulled in the off-road, and this was a much bigger gap. I don't think Forshaw's going to be close enough as they come out of Luna on the next lap. And again, it just goes to show, it's the thing with Supermoto. Some guys have got the talent in the off-road, and some guys have got the talent on the tarmac. And in these dodgy conditions, it's really, really easy to you just don't know how fast you can go. But this is a decent advantage for Burgess as they come onto the Rogerson straights.
We do have a new fastest lap set by the 3:11 of Jake Sayer on board that Honda. He's currently sat in 5th place, chasing down the 2:11 of Chris Lambourne, our Trips UK rider. So that is the battle for 4th and 5th.
So this time then, our race leader across the line is Burgess, and Forshaw not close enough. But obviously Forshaw knowing doesn't have to win, he just has to not get beaten by James Wood to go up to the A group and join the rest of the field for race 2. So although Woody is still quite close, he's not putting any pressure on the 58. As we can see, Sayer, he's looking quick through the off-road.
You can see there, even with the choice of lines, Simon Burgess opted for that inside-outside line, so it does show he has got confidence using that line.
Have a look over the shoulder then to see how much time he's got. Hopefully, I think it's going to be last lap flag next time by for the number 53 Husqvarna rider. And just a little bit of steam then off the exhaust pipe of that Husky as the rainwater splashes up from the wet front tyre on that bike. And these guys will be growing in confidence as the race goes on. But it's still really, really easy to end up on your ear, as we can both attest. This Three Sisters circuit has the ability to put people on the floor when they least expect it. In fact, my last big crash was right in that transition area, drying from this kind of weather conditions. And 1 minute you're up, the next minute you're down, and it's very rare that you catch a slide when it's like this.
Mine was just here again, very, very similar conditions, entering Luna. Had full wets on, but it was drying, greasy, just lost the front. So that is something these riders may have to contend with a little bit later on today. So looking out of our window, it does look a little bit brighter, but it is definitely still that sort of fine rain that soaks you through. Forshaw there, little look over his shoulder as he now makes his way through the off-road. What he'll want to do now is just keep it all together, keep it nice and tidy. He's got a nice little gap there from Woody, but that looks like Jake Sayer, the man with the fastest lap, trying to get in on this next.
So Sayer then fires past Woody, and Sayer's been good. He's been fast from like midpoint of last year. His level has gone up, and all of a sudden Craig Forshaw is going to have somebody. He's kind of held Woody at bay a little bit, but Sayer's been on the move, coming towards him. He had the fastest lap again last time by, and this is where the battle's going to be as they come across the line for the last qualification position to get out of this Race IQ B group and up into our Trips.uk out of A group for race 2. Burgess has done enough, and he's 3 seconds away at the front now. Here's Forshaw then a little bit trepid into there. I think he's got enough, but having said that, never say never. It could be a Hail Mary from Sayer as they come, as Paul Groom lets our race leader by.
Yeah, good ride from Simon Burgess on board that Husqvarna as he makes his way round Luna. Oh,
now that's
little twitch.
A little bit. The rear going you can cope with, when it's the front, there's absolutely nothing you're going to do. So there's Burgess. Let's watch across the line and see the battle for second as they come. And I still think Forshaw's going to do it by just a bike length then from Jake Sayer, but he will start pole on for race 2.
James Wood demoted to 5th place there as he crossed the line. So Chris Lambourne on board that 211 Trips UK machine, just managing to pip him on that last lap. Then in 6th we had the 26 of Mike Norbury, who managed to make his way past Blake Wilson. Then in 8th place we had Dan Billham, who actually had our fastest lap of that race. So he'll be one to watch in our Race IQ B group.
He's another rider that's new to the big bikes as the rest of the field stream through. So as Danielle said, is the official results. Then a win for Simon Burgess from the 58 of Craig Forshaw, with the 311 of Jake Sayer taking third. He'll start from pole in the next one, with Chris Lambourne, James Wood and Mike Norbury joining him on the front row. Then it's the number 8 of Blake Wilson and the 59 of Dan Billham in 8th. 167 Michael Craig, he fell back to 9th. Jason Slater 10th. Kev Crowther's 11th. The 111 of Duncan Wright on the TM 12th. 13th Paul Reynolds. 14th Scott Wright. 15th the 98 Bathmate Husky of Jamie Wrigglesworth, and 16 the 117 Honda of Dave Spafford.
But now it is our Trips UK first A group race of the 2025 British Supermoto Trips UK Championship here at Three Sisters. And
there is our number. Is that? We'll see that is Hodgie in a different set of leathers. They make their way out onto circuit. So our defending champion then, Jay Smith, not with us this year. He's just doing a selected few rounds. Tried for 20 years to win the British Championship and managed to bag himself 2 in a year. And whilst he rode with us yesterday, he's got a lot on his plate, building a new house and doing all sorts of stuff. So he will not be out there this year, but hopefully he will be watching at home. And hat tip to him for making the racing as good as it was. But there's going to be people wishing to step up. It was Alex Mullaney that we were looking at in the pit lane there. Just didn't quite get enough of a view of the young man on the number 100. Again, he's gone back to Husqvarna, which was the bike that he kind of shot to prominence on in 2023.
So we did watch Superpole, and we saw the Manxman Ryan Kringle put together a really solid lap that put him on pole for this race. But there are our top 3 from our Race IQ B group. We've got Simon Burgess there, Craig Forshaw and Tommy Sayer. Yeah,
so Burgess there with the mullet, top trim there. That's our podium for the...
Apologies, it was Jake Sayer. Wrong brother.
Yeah. Yeah, they all look the same with their helmets on. But, so those guys taking the podium for our Race IQ B group. But it is going to be Ryan Kringle that will start from pole, from Richard Blakeman, Chris Hodgson and Lee Williams on row 1.
Row 2, we have the Trips UK rider Richard Sharp alongside team boss Chris Walker, then the number 100 of Alex Mullaney, and then Dean Hillier on board that Goon Squad Yamaha.
And then 9th, Andy Mitchell. 10th, Harley Sharp. 11th, Brad Hardy, the man returning after a long layoff. He's back. He's there just in front of Jamie Duncan, who did not have a good qualifying.
No, and then on row 4, we've got the Scotsman Chris Eastwood alongside Seth Gibson, Kyle Eccleston and Oliver Holmes.
And on the back row of the grid, we've got Paul Baxter. Not seen him for a while, and good to see Paul Baxter back. He's there in 17th. And Darryl Pennington making the cut again in 18th. So good for Darryl on the Automotive Solutions KTM.
Yeah, Paul Baxter actually down on our timing sheets as a novice rider. So for a novice rider to make his way to the Trips UK A group, that's really good qualifying from him.
He is a good rider, but he just does a few odd races here and there. I'm not seeing him do a full season. I think the last time I saw him, I think he had a bit of an off at Teesside and maybe just knocked the stuffing out of him a little bit. But we're going to see what Ryan Kringle can do in the wet from his pole position.
Yeah, he definitely was able to put together a fast lap in the wet for that Super Pole, but we did say he didn't look quite as smooth as some of our sort of more seasoned Supermoto riders that we've seen out here. So Richard Blakeman, Chris Hodgson, they seemed a little bit smoother than what we saw from Kringle, but again, it was Super Pole. It's all about putting together that fast lap for qualifying.
Ryan Kringle is not a rider that you use the word smooth. I've seen some footage in road racing. He's an all-action guy, and he likes to ride and likes the bike to move about underneath him, and he is not a guy that is too worried about having that thing move around underneath him.
So as we watch the riders make their way round Luna and take their positions on the grid, you can see there the number 24 of Paul Baxter, that rider we were just speaking about. And then again, a good qualifying for Darryl Pennington on board that Automotive Solutions machine. So it'll all be about the start for this one. These riders definitely are most experienced out there. So a lot of them have been racing around here for years. They will know where the grip is.
They will indeed. And it's just a case of who gets off the line. Is there going to be any shenanigans into turn 1? Chris Hodgson then just plonking down his start device. A lot of the suspension on that TM Leeds UK bike. Willow Williams then on the outside of the front row. But here we go then. It's a decent start. Good jump then from our pole position man Kringle. He will lead it. Oh, Hodgie round the outside. He sends Lee Williams miles. Here comes Blakeman. Blakeman's going to come trying around the outside, but it is going to be Kringle. Big mistake from Hodgie. He runs wide. Blakeman takes second.
Hodgson looking like he's on a flyer here. Like I say, he did send Lee Williams wide there into turn 1, and he's trying to make them pass back on the 54 of Richard Blakeman, taking that outside to inside line there. Eastwood
gone down in the dirt on the first lap, so the Scotsman ending up on the floor. Just got like he took the front on the flat, but let's see what it is. Down as the number 68, but it's 121 on the bike of Ryan Kringle. I don't think that was the bike that he was originally going to ride, but it's got 121 on it. But it is the Manxman then from Richard Blakeman currently. So Richard Blakeman now back to third. So Chris Hodgson on the TM Leeds UK bike. There he is. No, Blakeman's still there. Blakeman held him off.
Yeah, Blakeman holding off the TM Leeds UK rider of Chris Hodgson, but not for long. He has managed to nip through there as they make their way down to the end of the pit lane.
Hodgie just nipped up the inside of him into pit lane, into pit turn there. Just caught it out of the corner of my eye from the comms box here, and already our 17-time champion closing down on our race leader. And it's fair to say that the bike that Chris Hodgson is on is an absolute weapon. Straight line speed of that. Kringle should have no real match for him, because that bike that he's on is not the highest spec KTM out there by any stretch of the imagination, but he's certainly getting the most out of it. And there's the top 3 then have broken away. It's Chris Walker, the Trips.UK boss, who came across the line in 4th on the 155, although I think Richard Sharp has managed to
looks that's Brad Hardy there, stalling in the off-road on board that KTM. So he's trying to get that KTM going again.
Oh, Hodges made a mistake in the background, and all of a sudden Blakeman is all over the back of him. Kringle's got about 2 or 3 more bike lengths. In fact, he's gone away. He's got about 10 bike lengths. We've got a yellow flag at the top of the hill, but that's obviously just come back in. So Hodgie made a mistake somewhere, and Kringle has got a little bit of a break.
Yeah, Blakeman will be looking to try and make a pass on Hodgson as they make their way back down onto the tarmac. But the tarmac really is where this TM comes into its own. With that stiff chassis, it is a machine on tarmac.
Yes. But obviously that's a wet bike that Chris has with a wet setup as well, so it'll all be backed off nice and pliable to give him the maximum amount of grip, whereas the dry bike will be a lot stiffer suspension and maybe even a different chassis setup as well. But he comes onto the start finish, pulls on the roll-offs to get some clear vision and slides into turn 1. So he was right back there with Blakeman at the start of this lap, and all of a sudden he's close back onto our leader. Chris Walker still across the line in 4th. He was clear of his teammate Richard Sharp. He's still there in the background. Kringle's fast through the off-road though, so yeah. Hodgie is not going to have... Oh, Blakeman's run off the track there, so that's going to give him a problem. And it is a good battle back there. We've got Chris Walker, Richard Sharp, Mulaney and Lee Williams all in the same second. But it's this battle at the front, to-ing and fro-ing.
It looks like we've got Hodgson coming up on a back marker, so that must have been one of our fallers from the earlier laps. That may be one of our trips riders of Harley Sharp, potentially.
So Kringle then down into the pit lane turn. How close is Hodgie? He's 10 or 15 bike lengths. He just gets on the white line there, Kringle. That's not splashing through the water. He's holding a tighter line there, Danielle. He's just getting a nicer run through that left-right, and as a result, he's making Chris work for this with 9 laps to go. A hat tip to, let's not forget the beginning of last season when David Pearce, the man from the Isle of Man, came over and blew everybody's doors off for the first couple of rounds. So it's not the first time that Chris has had competition from somewhere he wouldn't normally have expected it.
You can see there with Kringle taking that tighter line, he is hitting a little bit more of that standing water just on the inside. But if you watch him here take this off-road, Chris trying to take the different line, which is the right thing to do. But Kringle managing to get the power down on that KTM. You can see him there spinning up.
He's definitely... that was a bit of a fall there in the off-road as a rider gone down in that off-road section. Not sure who that was, but it definitely looked like it might have been Chris Walker. I'll have to see if we've got that on replay. But this is the battle at the front. We don't want to leave it because it's...
Yeah, it's a piping hot battle at the front. Yeah, we can't take our eyes away from this one. Did see Kringle there just clip the tyre wall, trying to keep it really tight as they made their way up to the tabletop. Little look over the shoulder to see what sort of gap he's got on the 17 times British Supermoto champion of Chris Hodgson. Hodgson looking like he's taking a little bit of a breather, but it is this section of the circuit where he is able to close that gap down on Ryan Kringle. Again, you can see there the water splashing up from the little bit of a slide there from the rear from the KTM, and again Hodgson able to reel him in as they make their way down our start finish straight.
So you've got to say that with all the speed that Kringle has in the off-road, is Hodgie's going to have a look down the inside. He's not, unless there's a mistake from the marksman here. I can't see Chris going on that route. And this is the bit where he's really fast. He's so fast through that. Oh, Hodgie's lost the rear end. So Hodgie's down, and he's going to find his way back into the battle for third. Sharp. So it was Chris Walker that went. He's now back to 8th.
So Blakeman now all over the back of Richard Hodgson as he rejoins, not actually losing a position there, which shows how much these two had broken away at the front. So that really has let Ryan Kringle off the hook here on the A Group Trips UK Race 1. So he's now out at the front to the tune of around 8 seconds. So he'll know that Chris isn't there all over the back of him, but here is our Bathmate replay of Hodgson there losing the rear through the off-road. managing to rejoin.
Yeah, he just lit the rear up in the off-road. There's Kringle, but like I say, he's going to come across the lower and he's going to have a country mile over our race leader. And he's got the signal from the side. So Hodgie only got going right in front of Richard Blakeman, and here is Blakeman then pulling the roll-offs. I'm expecting Chris just to ride away from him, but we've got some good battles. And now Blakeman all over the back of the TM Leeds rider. And again, Blakeman, another guy who's good at... That's a block pass. That's Blakeman doing Blakeman things.
It hasn't actually advantaged him, though. He's still ended up out in front of him. So Blakeman there using, I'd say, his weight to his advantage there to take Chris on.
Oh, that was... that was classic. But again, look, low speed, low risk. Yeah. Richard Sharp is closing in at a rate of knots as well on the 217. The Trips KTM rider in the background of this shot, possibly as they come over the top of Coward Summit a little bit later on. But Blakeman, well, he's doing what he's got to do. He knows that if he wants to win the championship. Let's just watch this as they go into the off-road. Chris takes the inside, and Blakeman goes to the ultra inside, and that's a proper block pass. Chris is not going to be happy with that. But if you want to beat Chris Hodgson in the championship, you've got to beat him when you get the opportunity. Yeah,
lucky for Chris, he was able to get straight back on the power, whereas Blakeman there did actually end up stopping a little bit. So, again, right thing to do, I think. Try and make a pass when you can. But Hodgson there breaking away slightly from Blakeman now. He is still the fastest man on track, doing a 1:24.98. So, even in comparison to Ryan Kringle, who on his last lap did a 1:27.5, I don't think Hodgson's going to have enough laps to be able to reel him back in.
No, and after we say against the run of play from what we saw this morning in the wet, Ryan Kringle knows how to ride the rain, and Hodgie's going to have his work cut out. Now, he'd like to back himself. I think that if the conditions were a little bit drier, then as we saw yesterday, you could see Kringle going in the opposite direction. Richard Sharp then not closing in quickly enough on Richard Blakeman, so he's 4 seconds adrift of the man on the Fat and Fast KTM, and I don't think he's going to have chance to put in any kind of move, as Blakeman just still hanging on. He's not going to give this up. He knows that this is where there's points to be had, and if he can get close enough again to Chris Hodgson, he's definitely going to do what he can. Looking down the order, Jamie Duncan there back in 6th position, the man who missed most of the tail end of last season with a broken leg. He's back in action. Had a good day in the dry yesterday, but struggling in these damp conditions. Kringle should be just across the line with a couple to go, and this battle then between the TM Leeds UK bike and the Fat and Fast KTM of Blakeman not really going anywhere. I think that 1.2 seconds is going to be too much for Richard Blakeman on the 54 KTM there to close up. But again, it only needs a little bit of a bobble and he'll fancy himself, and we've already seen Hodgson makes another mistake, goes down again. Blakeman's run into the back of him. This is absolute gold for Richard Sharp. Sharpie's going to come round the inside. It's all action. Blakeman's going to cut across the front of Hodgie, so all of a sudden Hodgie's back to 4th.
You couldn't write it.
Oh, no.
You could not write it. So Blakeman did exactly the right thing there, taking a different line from Hodgson, but Hodgson's mistake meant he actually got in the way of Richard there. So it has played really well into the hands of Richard Sharp there on board that 217 Trips UK KTM. So Blakeman now trying to get all over the back of Sharpie as they make their way down Coward Summit.
Yeah, well, you can't write this, can you? And it just goes to show. Look, Chris Hodgson, 17-time champion, and there he is on the floor. That off-road section is not easy, and as a result of that, Richard Sharp, who didn't get the best of qualifyings, didn't get a good start, fought his way through from I think 6th or 7th, found himself in 2nd position. And after the day that he had yesterday, where he led a race almost till the end, he will feel that maybe there's a little bit of redemption there for the 217. But Blakeman not giving up as they come on to the start-finish straight for the final time. Last lap flag then from Kirk, and Blakeman backs it into turn 1. Hodgie's up the inside of Blakeman as well, and it looks like
I think Blakeman's now going to try every move in the book through this off-road section.
Is he going to do the same move? No, he's not going to. Oh, Hodgie around the outside. So he's. Blakeman's around the outside. This. It's looking. Oh, this is going to be elbows.
It's tight.
Oh no, Sharpie does enough. I don't think there's. There's not enough room there. They're fighting their way out. That bit on the tarmac's going to be so slippy. Blakeman doing everything he can.
This is a great ride, I'd say, from all three of these riders. And let's not forget Ryan Kringle out in front with a gap of 12.8 seconds. Where's he gone?
Nobody could have predicted that there'd be a 12-second gap at the front of this one for anybody this morning. But absolutely nailed away at the front. Oh, and there's a big moment in the background, and it looks like Hodgie has taken Blakeman down. Oh, that was... So Blakeman and Hodgie ended up on the grass. I don't know whether we've got that on replay, guys, but Hodgie dived down the inside. This is Ryan Kringle taking the... going to take an easy victory.
Ryan Kringle coming across the line on the back wheel. A great victory for him as he finishes our first A Group race of the Trips UK British Supermoto Championship in first place, followed by the 217 of Richard Sharp.
Looks like Blakeman is going to come across the line. Hodgie's going to come across the line third. We'll see if we can get Willow fourth. Blakeman's going to come across the line fifth. So I think Hodgie's give a little bit of payback then to Richard Blakeman. It'll be great if we can try and get that on the Bathmate replay.
So it is Kringle from Sharp, Hodgson, Williams, Blakeman, Duncan, Mulaney, Walker, Hardy and Mitchell round out our top 10 of that first race in the A's of the year.
I'm out of breath. Here's the Bathmate replay. What's in the background? So this is the fall with Hodgson and Blakeman getting tangled up together. So that was firstly that was the disaster. But then as we're watching the
nothing there Blakeman could do.
No, he's stuck, isn't he?
Could do.
And then hopefully we've got the afters for this, which is the bit at the bottom of the hill. And there's Sharpie wiping his goggles, trying to get a bit of a big sideways moment there. But the thing that I hope we've got is they come down the hill here, watching the background. There's Richard Sharp now. Watch Hodgie down the inside. He's gone down the inside of Richard Blakeman and took him out onto the grass there. So you'd have to say that no harm, no foul. Blakeman's done put the shoulder in on him in the dirt, and that's a bit of an iffy place, I would say. But to be fair to Hodgie, if he's committed down the inside there, going through on letting the brakes off and going through is the better way to go. And so that's race one. What a bit of action there. Let's see if we're going to do any pit lane interviews. Obviously the weather is a little bit iffy down there at the moment. Daniel's going to go and have a look and see who's down there if we've got a camera on that. But that was Trips.uk A Group race one, and what a race it was. And we get the results up on screen and see it was all change at the end. I'm fair out of breath. That was brilliant. And obviously Hodgie coming back to third. That's going to play. Here we go then. Oh no, that's the grid for our academy class. But with Hodgson managing to come back to third. Hodgson coming back to third. That's going to play a big part in what happens for the rest of the day, because with him back in fourth position, even 2 wins was going to struggle to get the overall. So Danielle's down in pit lane. She's now going to talk to our top three.
So we're here with Chris Hodgson. That was a very eventful race for you, I'd say there, but you did manage to finish on the podium with a third place in the first race of the year.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan got away well. He was really quick through the off-road. I was trying different lines. But I caught my back brake on something mid-race, and I couldn't get to it, so I was struggling in the off-road. Blakeman's had a moan. He nailed me in the off-road, so he got it back, and but just said to him there, if you can't take it, don't dish it out, pal, so we'll see what happens.
We did see there was definitely some very entertaining racing in that one. I think the man that I think came off surprisingly well in that one would be Richard Sharp. You managed well there. You've managed a second. You were sat in sort of about fourth most of that race, but you came up trumps there.
Well, I'm really pleased with second, obviously, because obviously Chris and Richard came together. Took me a few laps to get going. Obviously, I had a bit of a ding-dong with Chris, which were good. I enjoyed. I knocked him off, unfortunately, but it's so hard to pass because you can't go offline, obviously, so just got to make it happen.
No, and you did. You were in the right place at the right time. But the man that I think surprised everyone out there, finishing with about a 12-second lead. Great riding.
Yeah, it's good. Obviously, we're still very new to this. It's only my third or fourth ever round of being on a Supermoto, and it's a new bike to me this year, and it's still not the bike I want underneath me, but give us a bit more time. I think the boys got a bit on us in the dry, but come the wet, it was good. But a bit of time, come back. It probably won't be this round, but next round we'll go home, get some setup work done, and we'll come back, hopefully swinging in the dry as well.
Yeah, so the wet has been a bit of a leveller for this round, but we'll go back to Phil as we get on with our Academy Race 1.
Cheers, Danielle. So Ryan Kringle, Richard Sharp and Chris Hodgson at our podium then in our Supermoto Trips.uk Group 8. Here is our Supermoto Academy, and everybody getting ready to go. Edward Darnton, Archie Reynolds, Sebastian Gazlowski and Cole Reynolds on the front row of the grid as we get ready to blast off with our FF Solutions Design and Build Academy Race 1, and it's a great start from the number 41 of Edward Darnton. Moved up to an 85 now for 2025. Was on a 65cc Yamaha last year, and as a result he's found himself on pole position on that DCI, what looks like a KTM. Well, they're all the same pretty much. The number 5 then of Archie Reynolds there, and is that Cole Reynolds, his little brother? He's there legging his way through in third. So little Reynolds and young Cole, again, he was on a 65 last year, and he's definitely a man who's going to be a force to be reckoned with. Just struggling with the size of the bike on that one, I think, a little bit in the off-road. So we'll see where he is as they come across the line for the first time. Danielle back up to me. So that was an entertaining interview, I think.
It was. A little bit of words said before we got the cameras down there. So I think race 2 will definitely be interesting. I'm glad I've run back up here, though. Ed Darnton out in front.
I know.
It makes me feel better about him trying to get past me yesterday.
Oh, look, he can ride, and let's not make any mistake. These little kids on these small bikes on what is a pretty tight and twisty track can definitely bang a lap time in when they're needed to.
I did feel better that he is now on an 85 as well.
Yes, yeah.
Watching what I thought was a 65 try come around the outside of me of Luna did really make me contemplate life choices, I'll be honest.
Yes.
He was flying.
He was indeed, and he is out at the front again today, but there is the number 5 Automotive Solutions. I think that's a Husky or a KTM, not quite sure which one, of Archie Reynolds, and he's getting a bit of pressure from Max Rhodes, the RWJ KTM rider, who had a good day yesterday and just seems to have recovered nicely from the broken collarbone that he had midway through, I think, last year, that kind of derailed his season, and he's definitely somebody that's taken a step up. Sebastian Gazlowski across the line in 4th, Cole Reynolds in 5th, and 6th place is the number 6 of Tyler Clark. Not such a big grid in this Academy class this year, but we've had quite a transition of riders moving onwards and upwards. Obviously, we've lost Archie Ormrod. He's gone road racing, and then obviously there's another couple of guys who've moved up into the adult classes, Liam Pearson and a couple of others. So again, we just see it does ebb and flow a little bit with rider numbers in this one, but if you've got an 85 out there and you fancy coming and having a go at Supermoto, this is the class to come and kind of whet your appetite with. But Darnton then accelerates over Coward Summit then, and there is Max Rhodes on the 58.
Yeah, Max again, another one of these riders, as we say, doing double duty. So we did see him out in our C Group race 1 a little bit earlier on. So he'll already have a feel for these conditions already. So that does give him the opportunity to get some more laps in. Also, the riders in this Academy class aren't running any different circuit to our big bikes. So out there on the smaller wheels, still tackling the same off-road section, which we know has those ruts in there, which has even been catching out our A Group riders. These lads are all the credit to themselves out there.
Yes, it is. I mean, these small, obviously, when we run our national championships on Saturday, our junior riders only ride a full tarmac layout, because we have all sorts of mini bikes and little mini road races and that in it. But today, they're running the big boys track, and it ain't easy on these little wheels. So, props to everybody. I mean, like I say, especially Cole Reynolds, who, I don't know how old he is, but he looks about 5. He's a really, to be fair, he's definitely shot up a little bit this year, and that's why Dad Paul has moved him over onto the bike that elder brother raced last year. And there he is, number 10, just in the background, as we look at Max Rhodes trying to make a pass. But yeah, Cole Reynolds finding his feet in the class again. He was a guy that you never saw inside the top 10, and then he was kind of there on the outside of it and getting through races and not tipping off. And now all of a sudden he's on an 85, and he's up there in 5th place. Only 1.4 behind Sebastian Kozlowski, so we'll see how he goes on. But Ed Darnton then away at the front by 2.5 seconds on the number 41. Again, he's doing double duty. But these boys and girls, although I think we've not got any young ladies out there this year.
Unfortunately not. However, we have got both Lily Rhodes and Ruby Booth out there in our C group today. So Lily on board her KTM 250. She had a little bit of a tricky day yesterday, I think. A few little offs in the off-road. So still getting used to that bigger bike. But both her and brother Max out in this group, both going down the road racing route. So we're wishing them really well. I'll definitely be keeping an eye out.
And we also lost Belle Wingate as well. She's gone off-road racing. So, so the people that were threatening your championship prowess, a lot of them deciding that they're going to go and try and do something else, so they don't have to try and beat it. No, but seriously, this is what this is. It's a building block to all the things, and whether you decide to go down the Supermoto route or you fancy a crack at road racing, which is a lot of people do seem to... The people that come to road racing from Supermoto rather than mini bikes do seem to do quite a lot better. As Darnton looks over his shoulder, the front of that bike looked quite low there, and the battle between Reynolds and Rhodes, Max spins the rear up. I think he thought he'd got out in front of the number 5 onto the tarmac, but not quite the case. But Darnton just doing enough, again, with nobody to follow. He doesn't really know. In fact, I think the reason suspension, he's got a wet weather front mudguard on that. He's got a long front mudguard on to keep the spray off.
I don't think it's bothering him. He is still the fastest rider out there at the moment, doing a 1:37.5. So being out in front on his own, I don't think it's bothering him too much at the moment. Steady away there from Ed Darnton as he comes down onto our pit lane.
And like I say, he was on a 65 yesterday, and I said to his dad, surely... he's about ready for an 85, and he said, yeah, but we've got the bike set up so nicely, don't think it's much of a disadvantage on some of the tracks that we go to, and we're going to set ourselves up for 85 next year. And here he is, and he's leading the class. Just pulls a tear off there, or roll off as he comes round Luna, so he's a braver man than me. I'll just find his way past the 183 of Jackson Nuttall.
Yeah, another one of the riders that's progressed up from our Bambino group. So good to see him out there, just getting this race experience of being out on circuit and doing the track that these more experienced academy riders are doing. So it's only going to bring them on. So, like you say, it's a really good breeding ground for talent, is this class.
And like I say, we saw Liam Pearson, as you mentioned, having a decent run, and we'll see him in our next C Group race a little later on this afternoon. We're going to have a short break after this one, and then we're back. And there's that... Max looked like he got the pass made there. That was very close. We'll have to, as they come to the wide shot, is he going to...
I don't think...
I think he did.
Did he?
I think he did. I think Max Rhodes is up to second. He definitely looked like he was. He'd got to run through the dirt, and he has. The 58 of Max Rhodes then up to second place. Is he going to be able to chase down Ed Darnton? I don't know. But we'll see if Archie Reynolds has got anything for him in this next lap, because obviously if Max has been held up on the RWJ Husky KTM, insert bike manufacturer, because they are all the same. He might even be a gas, who knows. If he's got something, and he is a decent rider anyway, but if he's got a little bit of speed in the wet, he did actually go down in practice this morning, because as I had a quick chat with his dad Paul, he was just sorting out the gubbins out of the inside of the helmet from the off that he had, and a bit of a face plant in practice and qualifying, but obviously not deterred him. And we'll see what the gap was. 2.3 across the line to Reynolds last time, and he's already pulled a lot of time on Archie as they come across the line.
Yeah, so Ed Darnton there, still the fastest rider on track, doing a 1:36.4. So he's actually getting quicker out there and finding more grip, which, as you said, without anyone out there in front of him, it can be tricky. So he's definitely got some confidence in these conditions. Max doing a 1:37.4 as his best lap, which was a few laps ago. But he's now managed to break away from the number 5 of Archie Reynolds. You can see him there just going up over that tabletop. And again, these riders sticking really close to the tyre wall. A little bit of a wheelie there as they head up over the tabletop, what we would call the wrong way round.
I'm old enough to remember when that was all dirt. It wasn't nice. It was the best thing we had at the time. Just the fact that we had off-road at all was a massive step. But money invested by Three Sisters and the people that run the championship over the years have seen this facility improve year on year. We've got a nice tarmac off-road section. We've got a really nice infield off-road section now that's been developed over the past 2 seasons to the point where I don't even think they did anything to it after the last race other than Chris Walker smoothing it over and filling the ruts in. It sat over the winter and is ready to go. And so we've got some really nice layouts here that we can use at Three Sisters, which makes it one of the most versatile tracks in the country. And great for Supermoto. As we watch Max, is he 4.3, and I don't think there's any expectation that he's going to catch Edward Darnton there on the number 41 as he starts his final circuit.
He's looking as cool as a cucumber out there, nice and controlled as he makes his way through into our off-road. You can see there how well packed in the face of that tabletop has gotten. It's as smooth as anything. These riders just getting those wheels into that bit of a rut.
They do have a little bit more room to move around in the ruts because obviously the rut is the size of a 170 road race tyre and a little bit more. So the smaller wheels do have a little bit more room to move about, but obviously they're chopping around over the bumps far worse with the small wheels. And but Darnton for the final time then over the tarmac tabletop in this FF Solutions Design and Build sponsored academy class. Still good to see Jay Smith and his company sponsoring this class, even though he's not here this weekend, but he's still supporting the youngsters in the sport, and we appreciate that. I hope that Jay and his family are enjoying their Easter Monday at home watching the coverage.
He was out yesterday, so that was good to see him back on track. I think he had some good sort of battles with teammates as well. But again, Darnton there making his way around this tarmac section. Little look over the shoulder, you can see he's got no pressure from behind. Last time over the line he had a gap of about 4.2 seconds, so he's just bringing this one home as we watch him now make his way around Luna.
You've still got to be careful. It's not until you're here that you know you've done it.
There he is.
Shake of the leg, so that's a good result for him. He's getting used to this winning habit. A great second there place for Max Rhodes then. And Archie Reynolds, he's going to come across the line in third. Fourth place then, according to our lap time, a bit of a change, is going to be the number 6 of Tyler Clark. We'll try and wait and catch him coming across the line on the number 6 Husky. That will be his best result. There's a long way adrift, but he's managed to find his way past Kozlowski and Cole Reynolds. So the number 6 on the white Husky. So our front guys then absolutely checked out. Was that Kozlowski?
That's Kozlowski.
Yeah,
there.
so Clark is... Oh, that was a big moment. Yeah, so he did miss Clark going across the line. There's Kozlowski. So Tyler Clark, he comes across the line in fourth. That's his best academy finish. So he's obviously got some speed in the wet. Cole Reynolds then, he ended up 6th. There's our official results then. A win for the 41 of Ed Darnton. Second place, Max Rhodes. Third, Archie Reynolds. And 4th, Tyler Clark. 5th, Sebastian Kozlowski. And 6th, Cole Reynolds. 7th is Ollie O'Gorman, and 8th will be Rip Jennings. In fact, I'm not sure whether those guys actually finished the race. I know Jackson Nuttall's out there. Yeah, Josh is out there as well. So Josh 9th and Jackson Nuttall in 10th.
I think we're just waiting for these guys to come and take the checkered flag. So that's our first block of racing done.
Yes, I think we're going to get a little podium shot of our top 3, and we will be taking a short break, and then we will be back with the second group of races from the 2025 Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship.
It is looking like the rain may be slightly easing. It's a little bit lighter than it was. It's still bright, but It might just be set for the afternoon, unfortunately.
Well, at least it's going to be one thing or the other. We're not going to get a podium shot of our academy guys, unfortunately. So we will take a break. We're going to be back in around probably 25 to 30 minutes' time with our second group of races here from round one of the Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship from Three Sisters here in Ashton in Makerfield. Hope you can join us for that. And from myself and Danielle, we will see you shortly.
I don't feel right unless the odds against me. Back against the wall with my strength. Yeah. I can't let it break me. Everything I've been through, it made me better. Ooh, a little hate, it just made me better. Been through everything, it just made me better. Yeah, I can't waste the pain, it just made me better. Working every day, it just made me better. If it's over, make it. What you think they giving greatness out? Now you gotta take it. Yeah, serve it to the people, they need hope. It's no delay. The odds against me. Back against the wall, my strength.
So welcome back, everybody, to a very suddenly bright and breezy Ashton in Makerfield Three Sisters circuit here for the second round of races at the first round of the Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship for 2025. British Supermoto C there in the holding area, sponsored by Contract Solutions, the company of Jamie Duncan up there in Scotland, the fantastic engineering company that they are, doing lots and lots of stuff for mountain bikes with their pinned brand, and we thank them very much for their continued sponsorship of this championship. We've had some fantastic racing and we've only had one block.
I know, and I did say I thought it was looking a bit brighter before the break, but good to see a fully packed C group for race 2, and on pole we will have the 150 of Liam Pearson on board that KTM, as you can see there in his white helmet. Alongside him, he's got the 162 of Ian Rogerson, who actually had the fastest lap in that C Group Race 1.
He was a man on the move in that one, so I'm expecting big things out of him and his brother. They both look like they know what they're doing. And like I say, I think that they were tied into one of our sponsors, which is Royal Building Services, but somebody will correct me if I'm wrong, no doubt. But I definitely saw them down as named sponsors on our race schedule this weekend. So the Rogerson brothers, thank you very much for joining us here as a sponsor and also as racers, so that's good to see.
So as we get our C Group riders back out on track for the second block of races for this afternoon, if you're not already, make sure that you are following all the action on our socials. So we've got our Instagram, the British Supermoto Championship. We also have a Facebook page. And if you're watching live at home already, we do have the live chat function. So put your bets on who you think will be finishing on the podium in this of our second C Group races today. And make sure, if you're not already, why not? Why aren't you subscribing to TNL Sports?
Yep, TNL Sports providing the coverage here at Three Sisters this weekend, as always, doing an excellent job. Our guys and girls out there in the field. We've got our camera van there in the centre of the circuit. And then obviously we've got 3 or 4 cameras dotted around the place, bringing you all the action as young Liam Pearson finds his way through the off-road section. We've waded them through, as we do once we've got racing underway and everybody's done their first race. Here is the grid then for our Contract Solutions Supermoto C. Liam Pearson then on pole from the 162 of Ian Rogerson, with Tommy Sayer, man, who briefly led, I think, the first one. He's there in third with Sean Rogerson fourth. Then
row 2 we have Gavin Scaife, Sean Jones, Adrian Dealey and Rick Owen.
Row 3, the number 9 of Tom Nutter, Jason Laycock, Dean Clark and Sebastian Gazlowski. He was doing double duties, riding on a youth class.
He was, and along on row 4 we've also got Max Rhodes doing double duty, John Oakes, Michael Whittam and Tyler Clark.
And then row 5, Max Feeney, Lewis Cooper, Dan Spencer and Eddie Rushforth. I'm not sure if Dan Spencer actually made it out into the race because he did have a bike problem this morning. But yeah, so the sun has broken through whilst we've been away at lunch. We've had 2 races with our super lights on TV and on track, and not which we didn't broadcast. But the track now showing signs of drying, and as we will probably bore you to death with throughout this race, this is the period at which the grip level actually goes away before it comes back. You can see the shallows there under young Liam Pearson on that KTM, to showing that the sun has broken through the clouds, but the grip level will go away until we see a dry line. And we are anticipating that by the time we get around to A Group Race 2 in around probably 35 minutes time, that we're going to expect, well, at least Jamie Duncan will have a slick on because the sun's out, so we know that JD will have a slick in the rear, a standard joke of mine, but all of a sudden this is going to become a little bit of a lottery with regard to tyre choice. We saw Ryan Kringle but winning the first A Group race with his speed advantage that he seemed to have over Chris Hodgson in the wet, or certainly no disadvantage, and he took a deserved win. But for these guys, I would expect that everybody will be out on wet tyres because it isn't dry enough yet. But everybody else in the paddock will be waiting to see what happens out on track. They'll be looking around Luna to see if there's a dry line appearing. And as soon as that happens, then I think we're going to see some changes. You can see some dry patches there, just where Andy is standing. It's just starting to dry out, and it does dry really quickly here at Three Sisters.
It does. The only issue I think these riders are going to have is, I know personally, that entry into Luna. You are quite hard on the front as you head in there. And if they've got these wets on, they really want to try and stay on that wet line during this in-between period, because that's where the grip's going to be.
So here we go then, away they go. Good start from Tommy Sayer then on the number 16. He's going to lead into turn 1. Pearson gets out, dragged down the start straight, but he is only on a 250.
Yep, great start there from the number 16 on board that KTM as he makes his way through into the off-road.
Ian Rogerson there in second. He's going to throw it up the inside. Oh, he's gone through the middle line. Oh, listen, so that inside line that was really... Oh, and Pearson goes down. He's tried to take advantage. He's took Sean Jones with him, Rick Owen. He's wiped half of the Cranked Up Racing team out. Somebody stood there on the grass. Yeah, that wet bit on the inside, which nobody was using this morning because it was too wet. And you see it's already dry.
How dry it is.
It's dry there, but it's going to be wet here because the water runs out of the bank there.
Yeah.
Guys, dry there as well, look. So, track drying very quickly. We can see it there. So, all of the teams, we've got a lot of the teams are all hooked up watching this coverage back in the paddock. They are going to be watching this on TV and making a tyre choice based off what they can see. But it is Rogerson then that leads down Coward Summit for the first time, the 163. Sorry, 162, and that is Ian Rogerson. And obviously just runs a little bit wide there. Sayer there in second. Pretty sure that all these guys are going to be... none of these guys are going to brave a slick. They're not that. So he's got the length of the Rogerson straight lead. There's Sayer in second. Third place then is the 555. He's come from a long way back.
That's Adrian Dealey, yeah. And then alongside him, he had the 58 of Max Road on board that Yamaha Husqvarna 85. There he goes.
Well, Max was one of the last guys out on track in the last block of races, so he will know what the track conditions were like since these guys have been out. And he tries to ride around the 555.
Did you see how late he braked there, Phil?
Yes, he did. He was well late, but not able to make the pass on Dealey.
He did make up that loss of power, though, compared to the 450 down the straight. So that just shows that these 85s are able to get on the brakes and get all over them on these corners.
Looks like Dean Clark, number 6, is having a bit of a better run in this one as well. So you can see that the off-road is absolutely perfect. It's not wet at all now. There's no slip sliding around, but our race leader is Rogerson to the tune of 3 seconds. But Sayer coming under pressure then from Dealey. We've already seen Sayer not make the cut after being in the box seat in second for quite a lot of the first race. And if Rhodes can make it up to the B group on that 85, that will be some achievement. This is the bit of the track where going to a slick is going to be difficult, because although that is on the top of the hill, it does take a long time to dry out with the dragged on dirt on the surface down the hill. And again, this is another place where you've got to be really careful not to run out onto the white line. But Dealey then on the Husqvarna.
You can see there, this looks like the wettest area on the circuit at the moment, but even then we are getting some patchy dry areas on the track. So Rhodes there looking to try and find a way around the number 555 of Adrian Dealey, so carrying a lot of corner speed as he makes his way around Luna. He'll know he'll be out dragged down the straight, but that's not going to stop him.
He's having a look down the inside. Dealey looks down and hopes that that 450 can give him everything he needs. And here we go around the outside. So Max shapes up to ride around the outside halfway down the straight.
Absolutely cracking pass there from 58 of Max Rhodes. Late on the brakes and able to carry that corner speed on that 85.
So is he going to be able to catch Tommy Sayer? I would be surprised if he does. So again, he's riding around that berm. He's not. A lot of these youngsters don't have a massive amount of motocross experience, but I will say that Max then... Oh, has he lost out there? He has. He just did not quite get... He's going to lay across the front of it. Oh! Now, that was... that was a bloke on a big bike, not one little bloke on a little bike to come past him. And in fairness to... And one of the things I do like with the... in fact, I thought Max had just got a problem there for a second. A lot of respect shown by the older riders for the youngsters, not getting too carried away with them, giving that little bit of racing room there. and he made a nice pass. Max tried to shut the door on him, but now we will see if Dealey's going to realise that he needs to be a lot faster into turn 1 to try and hold off that number 58. And they're both trying to chase down Sayer. Rogerson away at the front now by almost 6 seconds, so we'll concentrate on this battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th in our Contract Solutions C Group Race 2.
Yeah, Dealey looking like he is closing down that gap to the 16 of Tommy Sayer as we head round Luna. See there, Rhodes not quite as close as he was on that last lap, so not able to show a wheel, but it is definitely turn 1 where Max seems to have the upper hand.
So again, it makes up a lot of time on the brakes, but it's not going to be enough. But if he can get himself back to a couple of bike lengths as they come onto that straight, he should be able to have another go at the end of the lap. So Rogerson 9 seconds, 2 seconds a lap faster. Purple lap time then for him last time by. Now looking like Max going to the outside this time. Whether that's where he got past and he does. In fact, we might have a pass for second there because all of a sudden, there's Sayer, tucks the front, just grabs a little bit too much front brake and goes down and hands that second position then to the number 555 of Adrian Dealey. And again, it just shows not much of a mistake.
No.
And then he's on the floor, no warning. And this is where the grip level goes away as it starts to dry out. Dirty tyres off the off-road. And he's just got not giddy, but he saw the move from the number 555 in his peripheral vision, and he's just trying to gone in there a little bit deep, grabbed a bit too much brake and found himself on the floor.
So this will now mean that Max Rhodes only has one person to get past, and that would give him a place into our B group for the final race of the day. So that would be an impressive achievement. But again, Adrian Dealey, not a rider that I've seen out here very much in our British Supermoto Championship. So again, for him to be at the front end of a C group.
Here we go, here he is. You can see, he's kind of gone down in instalments there. He just locked the front, got off the brakes, but there was no bringing it back. And definitely full wet tyres on that bike of Tommy Sayer. But the Bathmate replay then just showing how little a mistake it took for him to end up on the floor. Max is all over the back of Dealey again.
So our laps to go on screen, I think, is a little bit out. I think we do actually only have 3 laps to go now.
Just corrected, so that's
there
gone.
We go. Max
has stalled.
And that's given Dean Clark the opportunity to make his way through.
So Clark makes a pass, and Rogerson makes a pass. So unlucky for Max Rhodes there, but still a good ride for him. He's going to get another chance to go again a little bit later on this afternoon, as the Cranked Up Racing teammates of Rick Owen and Sean Jones come through, and Jones makes a bit of a hash of that. But Dealey then now going to be a clear second position.
And Ian Rogerson still out in front with a fastest lap time of 1:37.5 with a gap of 15.6 seconds across the line last time. So he has definitely checked out at the front of this one.
Indeed he has, and the battle looks like these changeable conditions. You can see almost a dry line down there, still wet through the pit turn and here into the left-hander at the end of the Rogerson straight. This is one of the places where it's really easy to slide off. And then the same here as we come into Luna. But the track drying now, minute by minute. I won't say the sun's cracking the flags by any stretch of the imagination, but we did stand outside through the lunch break and you could feel the heat starting to, the temperature starting to go up. And I'll say Rogerson now 17 seconds to the good. As we look at Dealey, we're back to our race leader. We've got a yellow flag in the background there, so somebody has slid off.
I think that may have been Max Feeney there that had come off on that 250 just out of our comms box window.
Yeah, it was indeed.
So there is Dealey just finding a way past the 56 of Lily Rhodes there on board that 250. I think it's been a challenging weekend for Lily this weekend. Few little offs yesterday and still again getting to grips with that bigger bike, but good to see her out there putting in the laps.
I think she was actually faster on the 85 than she is on that 250, not having the confidence on the bigger bike yet. And obviously she's doing a little bit of road racing stuff, well, a lot of road racing stuff as well. So jumping from one bike to the other, never easy. But as we see Dealey then coming down the hill, and again, long shadows there, so the sun's still there. And again, this is another bit of the circuit that's still going to take a while to dry. The sun is on it. We've got a bit of it's a bit of shadow from the trees over in that corner, I think, if my memory serves me right. But still plenty of chance for people to tip off.
Yeah.
Is Feeney in the background there?
Yeah, on the
This
side
is
of the
Rose.
circuit.
She is a lap down. She's riding road race style as she needs to do now to move on to when she gets back on her 300.
And
Last lap flag for our race leader then. That was Dealey going by, and as we look back to the battle for third, and it should still be Dean Clark.
Yep, there is the 555 of Adrian Dealey making his way into the off-road for the last time of this race. So again, taking that outside line, and you can see even the dirt is drying up. It looks like optimal conditions in there at the minute. But there is our race leader. So that is the 162 of Ian Rogerson making his way up to Coward Summit. Again, 22.0 seconds across the line on that last lap.
He just strikes me as a man that didn't get had never ridden in the wet on a supermoto before this morning, because he definitely had. He's definitely got the speed now, and that KTM then, well, he's got underneath him working well. And again, you're now in a situation where sometimes the damp bit of the track is the bit that's actually got the grip, but the 162 will hopefully find his way through. And I think I've seen him walking around the paddock, and I think he won't mind me saying that I don't think he's a young guy. I could be wrong. We'll find out when he takes his helmet off when we get our podium shot. But that's a win then for Ian Rogerson. And that's the thing, a lot of these things, you see them with the leathers on, you know who they are. And you see them in their civvy clothes and you have no clue who they are. It's quite weird, really.
Yeah, so just looking down our order. So we've got a little while to wait before Adrian Dealey will come across the line. Timing last time by, it looked like Liam Pearson had made his way back up to 18th. So big shame for Liam, who was showing a lot of promise at the start of this race.
There's Dealey across the line. And Sean Rogerson got his way up to third. He managed to nip past Dean Clark. Clark finishing fourth. Rick Owens fifth. Sean Jones going to be sixth. Well, not the race that we had in the first one, but still a bit of interest. And obviously the drying conditions meaning that those with a little bit of bravery managed to eke out a result. We'll see Ian Rogerson start from the back of B Group Race 3, the Race IQ B Group, coming up later on this afternoon. We've got Race 2 of the Race IQ B Group coming up next. But the last of our riders then finding their way across the line on this very rapidly drying Three Sisters circuit now.
So I'm sure our B Group riders will have just been watching this one, and our A's will definitely be watching the next one to see about tyre choices. Saw a few at lunch putting tyre warmers on the slicks on race stands.
Yes, so race results then. A win for the 162 of Ian Rogerson from the 555 of Adrian Dealey. Those two will go up to the B Group for the final race of the day. Third then Sean Rogerson on the 303, followed by the number 6 of Dean Clark. Then it was Sean Jones and Rick Owen, the teammates. Then 7th was Max Rhodes after just stalling in the off-road. We'll see if he can do something in the next one. 8th, Tommy Sayer. He went backwards as well. 9th was the 14 of Gavin Skaith. 10th against Sebastian Geslowski, one of the youngsters. 11th, Tom Nutter. 12th, the 236 of Dan Spencer, so Dan did get out. 13th, Jason Laycock. 14th, Farron Young. 15th, Liam Pearson in the end. And 16th, Michael Whittam.
So there goes our Race IQ B Group making their way out onto the track for their warm-up lap. They won't be held on the grid. They will just ride straight on through for the warm-up lap and continue rather than taking their grid petitions and even getting a little practice start. There is the brother of Tommy Sayer. We've got Jake out there on the 311 Honda. So he is in pole position for this race after finishing third in our B Group race 1.
Right, what we need to do then at the end of this race, Danielle, is you need to get down into the holding area and see who's on what. Because that's going to be a lot of information for us to take in, and it will make sense of what we've got. What I will say, I am quite surprised after talking to him only 20 minutes ago as he packed away at the end of at race 1, is that I did see the 138 off Paul Groom, who actually led until he crashed in this chicane at the exit of the dirt section. He went down and he's got an arm injury that is actually an old injury with some metal in there, and he thought that he was done for the day, but he is actually out there again from the back of the grid, obviously wanting to pick some points up.
Yep, so we will have to wait and see how this one plays out. So these riders now will be able to get an idea of whether they think they've made the right choice on tyres. So heading around this circuit, like we say, it is drying really quick.
There's our podium got, and indeed it is, yes. So all men of a certain age, but the 162 race winner Ian Rogerson, second Adrian Dealey, and third Sean Rogerson from the C Group. Contract Solutions C Group, race 2.
Yeah, I think there are KTM Brothers Racing. I believe that was the one we got. Just looking out of our Conspots window, it looked like Scott Wright taking a little bit of a detour on the grass at the end of pit lane.
Yeah, okay, so he was actually that far off the track I couldn't even see him. So Race IQ then, your one-stop shop for all of your race information. A way of taking all your race data. Yeah, 16 degrees and clear sky, and whilst it isn't clear, it is certainly very, very blue in certain areas at the moment as we come to the line, and Jake Sayer takes his pole position.
So, looking out of our other Cons Box window, Phil, we actually do have Chris Hodgson and Alex Mullaney assessing the track situation.
Here they are outside of our window.
Just having a little watch.
Yeah.
So they get a good view of the track from up here.
So Sayer from the Prof, Chris Lambourne there in second, James Wood in third, and the 26th of Mike Norbury in fourth on that front row.
Yep, good ride from him. Not a Supermoto rider by trade, coming from a road race background.
A good road racer as well.
Very good road racer.
Yep. 67 of Blake Wilson there on the outside, or the inside of row 2, as the red flag waves at the start, and we wait for the lights to change. Away they go. Good start from Prof, the 211 Chris Lambourne, but Sayer. Oh, Prof's going to drop it across the front of him. No, he isn't. Sayer manages to hold on. James Wood there in third. All of these guys are going to be feeling their way round. They've already had a sight lap. Wilson round the outside. That was a brave move.
Yep, good start there from Blake Wilson on board that Husqvarna. So, changeable lines here. Sayer gone outside to inside, whereas Prof has gone inside to outside there. Not much in it.
Woody's gone back to fifth. Not sure who that is. That's Dan Billam on the 59. Billam Racing KTM, another guy that's moved up from the mini bike. See that damp patch that was there at the start of race of our C Group race already gone. So we'll find out fairly quickly who's on slicks and who isn't. But I would expect it's a brave man at this juncture to have gone for a slick rear.
Yeah, and also a shout out to Max Batty and Neil Meelan, who were our top two from our C Group race. They started from the back of this grid, so we'll have to see where they end up and if they can fight their way through.
So there's Blake Wilson. He's riding knee down style, which in these conditions is brave. Yeah, it is the 59 of Dan Billam. So Billam has come through from, I think he started on the outside of row 2. He's managed to find his way past James Wood, the 51 of Jason Slater on the Trips.uk KTM. He's the next rider along in, I think he's there in 6th or 7th. So these boys already starting to pull away from the rest of the field as they come across to complete lap 1.
Yeah, Woody looking towards the inside but not able to show a wheel. So he will follow the 59 of Dan Billam as they make their way through into the off-road.
Sayer then a decent enough gap at the front. It said a second, and it's not much more than that. They're all closing in on Wilson, and Wilson makes a big mistake in the off-road, and Billum picks up another place. And this is where, I mean, obviously, I think Blake Wilson's like 14 or 15 or whatever. he's not very old, struggling with that bigger bike, and he just got a little bit bumped out of the rut there. We've got somebody gone down. Oh, Wilson spins the rear up.
Oh, is he stuck?
He's stuck under the bike, so all of a sudden, Dan Billum is going to find himself in third position. He's not going to be staring down the back end of Chris Lambourne, I don't think. Although, actually, he is quite close, you know.
There's not much of a gap out to our top two.
Oh, this is it. These changeable conditions, you think, yeah, I can get on the gas here. And before you know where you are on your backside. But it's Sayer then that leads. As the 138 of Paul Groom, he's on a bit of a... He's already up to 10th place and battling his way past what looks like to be the 63 of Kev Crowthers on the Bathmate Husky. Oh, it's KTM, got orange airbox. And Jason Slater has passed James Wood as well, so Slate's a decent motocrosser, and he will be relishing these changeable conditions. Not managed to get the bike time that he wanted over the winter, but here comes Woody back on the inside as they get to the end of the start straight. Oh, that was closer than it. I hope that was close. Wasn't as close as it looked. So Sayer 2.7 away at the front from Lambourne and Dan Billum. That back. In fact, it looks like, let's have a look. Is Billum going to get around the inside? He's going to rail around the inside of Prof and try and get that shot as they go up the off-road on the change for second. So Billum manages to take Chris Lambourne as they come off the off-road. He was my vote for most improved rider of the year, Dan Billum, last year, and he's backing that up.
Yeah, and he is able to throw that 450 around, so even though I think he has come from that mini bike background with little off-road experience, it's not putting him at a disadvantage through here. He's able to manhandle that KTM and still hold them places.
I think we had a race on the one of the Saturdays I raced at Teesside last year where we had a couple of good battles together. While obviously he was still getting to grips with that number 59 KTM, and I don't think I'll ever see him out on track again. It was Groomy trying to... Well, no, that was Slater on his teammate there. Oh, we've already had handbags in the trips in the trips camp earlier on this morning with Richard Sharp taking his team boss out. They're all good humoured about it down there, but that was another moment where I think that the door was wide open until it was well and truly slammed by Chris Lambourne. But Dan Billum then on a drying track. I did joke to him that he needed to be getting a slick in. I wonder whether he's done that or not.
It will be interesting to see what our A group riders choose. I could probably bet my bottom dollar that Jamie Duncan will be going full slicks after looking at this.
Yes, I don't think that that's a daft decision at all. It might have been daft 20 minutes ago, but at the rate that the track is drying out, Jason Slater tries to find his way up the inside of teammate Chris Lambourne. And again, Slater, I mean, Chris Lambourne's a decent motocrosser. He's no stranger to off-road, but just not getting a good run around the outside. Slater all over the back of him. Paul Groom has fought his way up to 6th, and he's there on the back. In fact, he's already passed James Wood, so Grom, the 138 of Paul Groom, is going to make this a 6-wheel trips.
He is also our fastest man on track at the minute, so that off earlier can't be causing him too much trouble.
No.
He's just managed a 1:31.2, which is about 2 seconds faster than anyone else out there at the minute. So Paul Groom, definitely the man on the move. He's the third rider in this train of Trips UK KTMs as they make their way through. See Groomy there trying to go wide, still a little bit damp.
And not only have we got a great battle here for 3rd, 4th and 5th, the battle for the lead. Dan Billum has closed down Jake Sayer at a rate of knots, and as they come across the line, we can get the long shot from the far end of the track. We might see Dan Billum making an attempt for the lead, or getting close to, as Paul Groom manages to put himself in front of Jason Slater. Prof backing it in, and Grom will go the opposite side, whichever way he will. He'll go round the outside, and without a doubt he'll make a pass here. And Slater just gets hung up.
Oh, it's neck and neck.
It is neck and neck. If we look in the background, we will see the battle for the lead as they go out of sight. There's Billum still second, you can't tell.
So they're all over the back of each other, and I can tell you just how slippy it is up on that lead up to the tabletop. But it looks like Groom is all over the back of the 211 of Chris Lambourne, not able to get the power down just as fast as they make their way over Coward Summit and head down towards our pit lane. So on the brakes here, can't tell how damp that area of the circuit
big
is.
moment for all of them. Here comes Prof down the inside. Oh, he's going to give the elbow. Oh, that was tight. There'll be a wave there, maybe not. So Groomy then goes up to third position, and I think that's kind of that one done. If we can go back to the battle at the front, because Dan Billam had closed down Jake Sayer.
Oh, it looks like Slater's trying to get in on the mix here as well on Chris Lambourne as they make their way down onto the start-finish straight. And Woody's not out of it yet either, so he's currently sat in 6th place watching these Trips riders, and he's then trying to get up the inside of the 51 of Jason Slater there as they make their way into the off-road.
A lot's going on. It looks like Sayer has just managed to put a little bit of distance in between himself and
The off-road now.
our second place man Dan Billam. So lots of stuff going on in this one. So that's the point at which Paul Groom fell off earlier on. Oh, big send from Slater there. So there's they're going to enjoy this one when they get back to the thing that wide line there that Slater's taking. He's going to cut up the inside. Just had a text message then from Jamie Duncan. We know which way he's going on tyres. They're watching back in the pits.
So we've only got 3 laps left of this Race IQ B Group Race 2, and it is still Jake Sayer out in front with Dan Billam chasing at his heels, and it's a 6-second gap back to the 138 of Paul Groom, who is the leader of these Trips UK riders of Chris Lambourne and Jason Slater as we watch them now come round Luna.
And like I say, this is the period where Groomy has a look up the track to see if there's anything more to be had out of this one for him, and I don't think there is with 2 to go. The battle at the front now, 2 seconds for Jake Sayer. So Billam, I think, has decided that, you know what, I've got a good second place here, and I'll get myself up to the A group. Still classified as a novice, let's not forget.
Yep.
And he is definitely going to find his way into the A group for the final race of the day, and rightly so. As will Jake Sayer, because he was quick in race 1. But Billam been really good. He's rode his way through all of the Trips guys. Groomy, and like I say, he had an off in the first one while leading, and give himself a right knock. And I think maybe the extra, got some yellow flags there, somebody gone down in the off-road. Just the extra bit of half an hour break that we had earlier on.
It looks like a KTM that's down in the off-road. Can't quite see who that is. It may be Max Batty tangled up in that potentially. So
that's the 333.
One of our C group riders that was promoted to this B group, so he'd have been having a good battle.
But here is our race leader, the 311 Honda of Jake Sayer then. He's going to come round Luna, and you can see now that the track is almost completely dry. Shadows then, last lap flag from our start-finish man Kirk Morrison, and he's... I
think it might have been our Trips riders that has gone down there with Max Batty. So we'll have to keep an eye out on that.
Yeah,
that
we'll see it come across the line. That I'm not sure who it would have been. So it's Jason Slater's the man. Woody has managed to pass Slater.
You can see there the rider there up. I think that may be Jason Slater.
Slater's lobbed it in the off-road somehow. Maybe just got tangled up with Chris Lambourne as our race leader just puts Oliver Ross, the Scotsman, a lap down. Obviously Ross has had a little bit of a problem. But Slater obviously having a good ride until he's just got caught out in the off-road section. Didn't get that on camera, but so the 311 of Jake Sayer, he's made the A group more than once this year, and was unlucky in the last one not to make the cut. But he's going to go up and the back wheel of that Honda looking a little bit on the skew as they bike come towards me. A little bit of a wobble. Dan Billam made a really good job of getting into second place on that KTM of his, on the Billam Racing KTM, and he will take second place and join Sayer in the A Group final race of the day. He'll be happy with that. I'll say that Billam, one of those blokes, you met him in a dark alleyway, scare the life out of you, but one of the nicest blokes in the paddock. Let's have a look who else we got. So Paul Groom, 138, comes across the line in third. Lambourne will come across the line in fourth. And then James Wood there, number 82 on the Bathmate KTM. He comes along in fifth. Teammate Kev Crowthers comes home in sixth. So a good ride for Kev. And then it'll be the 167 of Michael Craig and the fellow Scotsman of Duncan Wright, number 111. That's Slater just touring in. So he was having another good ride, Slate, there. Oh, and a race to the line there between, look like, Tom Elam. And we'll wait for the official results. It was Tom Elam and Ollie Sims. Sims then found himself on the floor in race one. Neil Meelan came up from the C Group. He manages to cross the line in 14th. We lost Blake Wilson early doors, but here is our official race then. Race results of our Race IQ Group B race. A win for the 311 of Jake Sayer. From the second, 59 of Dan Billam, a good ride for Dan. Third from the back row of the grid, a very impressive Paul Groom, with teammate Chris Lambourne in fourth. They'll start first and second for the final race of their day. And it's the 82 of James Wood and the 62 teammate of Kev Crowthers from the Bathmate team. 167 Michael Craig and his fellow Scot Duncan Wright. And then ninth was Scott Wright. 10th Mike Norbury. 11th was the 98 of Jamie Wrigglesworth, and 12th was Tom Elam. That was the battle across the line. In fact, it wasn't. It was Sims was the battle across the line, with Sims 13, Meelan 14, and Max Batty 15th. And the 117 of Dave Spafford, he came across the line in 17th. So A Group riders then. Danielle has been dispatched down to pit lane to see who is doing what. There is the 54 Fat and Fast KTM of Richard Blakeman. Let's just see who is on what, and I think all of these top lads will be on full slicks, and if they're not, there is Lee Willow Williams, and then Dean Hillier on the Crescent Yamaha. Number 9 of Brad Hardy. There is Chris Walker on the Trips.uk KTM. The 666 of Darryl Pennington on the Automotive Solutions KTM. Looks like, I think that is Chris Eastwood out there on a rear slick out the comms box window, because that's still got a sticker on it. We'll just take it as read that Jamie Duncan is on full slicks, because that's just how things are. And then problem is that just stalled in the off-road, and that's the number 9 of Brad Hardy. So what's the word on the street then, Danielle?
So, most riders have gone for a wet front slick rear, so that includes Blakeman. However, Hodgson, full slicks. Same with Jamie Duncan, full slicks. We've got Lee Williams with a slick rear with some cuts in it. Then Hillier, again, wet front slick rear. I did see Oliver Holmes, he's got full wets. So.
Oh, okay, that's a brave one.
Brad Hardy, wet front slick rear.
Here's the grid. Ryan Kringle then from Richard Sharp and Chris Hodgson, with Lee Williams going to start on row 4. Carry on, Danielle. Let's get this. This is important stuff.
Richard Sharp, full slicks. So he has definitely got a slick front in there. Alex Mullaney, wet front slick rear. Jamie Duncan, full slicks, of course. There was no doubt about that. Harley Sharp, wet front slick rear. Chris Walker, wet front slick rear. Darryl Pennington, wet front slick rear.
Nobody gone, only one rider with a rear wet then, from what it sounds like at the minute.
It looks like the 24 of Paul Baxter, he's still on full wets. Oliver Holmes, full wets. Craig Forshaw on that Automotive Solutions Honda, he's got a wet front and a slick rear, as has the 53 of Simon Burgess. So that seems like the consensus. We've got a few brave riders that have gone full slicks. Richard Sharp, Chris Hodgson, and this man, Ryan Kringle, wet front slick rear.
So Ryan Kringle, we apologise for not reading the grid out, but you could read all of that. Well, Danielle obviously been down in pit lane and got everybody riding out. We've gone through the footage there ourselves. So Kringle with a wet front on, he's going to be the bloke that's going to be bravest into turn one. And if Hodger gets pushed offline onto the damp stuff on full slicks, then he is going to have a bit of a problem. There is the high-tech coatings husky of the 94 of Lee Williams. There is Jamie Duncan, a Scotsman then, former British champion there on the Fat and Fast KTM, number 7. There's Andy Mitchell. The 155 of Chris Walker, Trips.uk, the man who sponsors this championship with his motorhome hire company. If you need a motorhome, he's the man to go to, as is his good lady wife. Dean Hillier there as we wait. Then for the lights to change, there's Hardy then trying to get it into gear. Away they go. Oh, good start from Walker, bad start from Hardy. Let's see who got the whole shot. Is it going to be Hodgie? He's got to go down the inside. Kringle's going to stuff it around it. Oh, contact. Sharpie around the outside. Is he going to be able to hold out? Kringle's going to cut him off. So Hodgie on full slicks then. So this is going to go one or two ways now. Kringle's going to be fast through the off-road. And he's going to be a little bit braver. Well, there's a lot of crossing over going on in the middle there.
Yeah.
Oh, Skittles in the middle of the pack.
Who's that's gone down? Seen Dean Hillier getting tied up there.
Andy Mitchell out the back
Mitchell.
of that. It's Jamie Duncan.
Oh.
So JD on the floor. So we're not going to see what his tyre choice will bring him. But it is Chris Hodgson then on the TM Leeds UK Team TM. Kringle there in second position as they come down Coward Summit for the first time. Now this is where Chris is going to have to be careful, because it's going to be damp down. He'll know what it's like. In fact, it doesn't look too bad at all. That's a dry line. Big moment from Kringle. Richard Sharp there in third.
So Hodgson out front. He does have a lot of experience around this circuit, especially in these changeable conditions. So experience may pay over the security of having that wet fronting that Kringle has gone for. Oh, we've got Paul Baxter's gone down there. We can see his bike there in the tyre wall, but he's getting back up. So big slide off from him. Hope he's okay. He
wasn't in the tyre wall. He was on the tyre wall. Sharpie comes down the inside of Kringle into turn one. So we did chat with... Kringle's gone straight on, so that's going to cost him. Not going to cost him third position, because those guys... It's Chris Walker there in fourth again. At least he's not going to have to battle. Is it Walker or is that Mulaney? I'm not sure.
I think that is...
That's Mulaney. So Alex Mulaney not showing on our timing. Walker is the next guy by in fifth. Then it's Brad Hardy. Then it's the 817 of Harley Sharp and the 94 of Lee Williams. But our race leader, Blakeman, way back. So he's obviously had a bit of a mare as Baxter rejoins from the side of the comms box.
We've had a change for seconds. So Richard Sharp has found his way past Ryan Kringle there.
Yeah, he blasted past him at the bottom of the dirt. Kringle made a bit of a mistake, and that was what let him through. It's dry there, isn't it?
Yeah.
So is Richard Sharp going to have anything for Chris Hodgson? Bearing in mind, Richard Sharp finished second in the first race. Well, Hodgie was ended up third. So it's going to be a 1-2 against a 1-3. So as it stands at the moment, this man that we're looking at now on the Trips.uk KTM is currently leading the overall standings as he starts to put some time into Ryan Kringle, the man from the Isle of Man, who did say that his bike was not really quick enough yet in the dry. The dry conditions are not really doing him any favours.
Really nice up close angle there of our off-road section. You can see that berm that they're all using to get that back wheel in so they can get the drive through our off-road section. But Hodgson looking quite comfortable now out there in front on that TM Leeds UK machine. Those slick fronts seem to be working really well. Full slicks.
Okay, we've got red flag then, so not quite sure what that is, so we will have a delay, and not quite sure where that we've got a rider down somewhere, so we're just going to have a little bit of a delay. We will re-rack these guys in pit lane and hopefully get everything sorted out.
I wonder if people may be questioning their tyre choices. So, we've got here a few riders just sat in the off-road section. So, this could give a few riders that had tricky first laps, such as Jamie Duncan and Andy Mitchell, a second shot at it.
It may well be part of Ferme conditions, though, because obviously, as it stands at the moment, we're just having a little bit of a little bit of a break.
So we'll just wait for these riders.
I'm not sure who it is. So certainly nothing that we can see, so I can only assume it's somebody maybe in Luna or somewhere of that nature.
See Paul Baxter there on the 24, missing that peak after his get off here at the end of pit lane.
Yeah,
so
he did have quite a big off, but he got back up. So we will just wait and see until we get the nod from our race director, David Dearden, who is down there on the track, currently just outside of our window. Right, okay, so that is... no, so it's Willow. By the looks of it, Lee Williams is the man that took the spill, and that looks like that is down over the top of Coward Summit. So hopefully he will be okay. And we will get the rest of the riders back to Parc Fermé, and we will re-rack them and go again. I would imagine over a shortened race distance, but we will wait to see what our race director decides is going to be the plan of action. So the marshal there just telling these guys that they need to be going back to Parc Fermé. So they were your top three then. Chris Hodgson, Richard Sharp and Ryan Kringle. Mullaney was up there. He didn't appear to have a transponder that was working, so I think he was there in 5th position. And then it was Chris Walker there in 6th. And I think Brad Hardy was 7th. So
yeah,
good ride for
on our
Ches.
timing screen, it was showing him up to 5th. So great ride for Ches, seeing as it's his comeback season.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that we've got a couple of
while.
riders. I'm sure that Mullaney was there from race start, and his transponder is not working, or he swapped from a wet to a dry bike and not changed his transponder. So that could be why that is. So if that is the case, then he needs to make sure that his transponder is on it. Let's have a. Well, this is from some stuff from our B group race earlier on.
Oh, both of them there getting a little bit of a wiggle on as they make their way down off Coward Summit, and then it was close.
That was indeed very close. That's Paul Groom. Like I say, he rode from the back of the grid. So this is race. This is our A group race then, and you see everybody just getting a bit. So there's Blakeman then on the inside. And Mullaney slides in front of him and takes the front wheel a little bit. Let's see who goes down first. Okay, so it looks like Hillier went down on the inside and caught the bars of Jamie Duncan, and then it was just skittles after that as everybody found themselves on the floor. Oliver Holmes ended up at the back. Here's the pass then, Richard Sharp down the inside of Ryan Kringle into turn 1 with the characteristic foot flick from the man from Barnsley on the Trips KTM. Bathmate replay then of the action so far. So the riders then making their way back down to Parc Fermé, and we will wait for the instructions of when we're going to get a restart. Those clouds on the horizon there looking quite dark behind us, but our view out of the comms box window, which is that nice box there with the 2 checkered flags on it, looking the other way, it's actually quite bright, and that's where the weather is coming from. We're just going to take a quick ad break, and then we will be back shortly with the restart of our Trips.UK A Group Race 2. Okay, so we're back to a still on a break at the moment. We're just waiting for our medics to sort out our injured rider there who tipped off on the drop from Coward Summit. So hopefully he will be okay. And just give us a chance to recap a little bit on what we've seen so far. It's been fast and furious in all of the groups, but A group especially. Been some talking points. Obviously, the contact between Richard Blakeman and Chris Hodgson in that first race. I did say the contact in the dirt was a bit opportunistic by Blakeman there, but you don't get you've got to try and take those chances when you get them. But Odgie ran it in hard at the bottom of Coward Summit, and Blakeman not particularly happy with that. I think is fair to say.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I think, like you said, it was sort of a fairly low speed incident compared to, I think, Chris's a little bit quicker move as they came off Coward Summit onto the pit lane. But I do think that the mention of the different lines through the off-road was brought up about swapping and changing lines. Now, I had it myself. I had someone put a move on me there yesterday where they went from the inside and then blocked me off on the outside, which it's tricky. It's racing. Wasn't very impressed, but these things happen.
From my point of view, the idea of a split lane is it's a split lane. And you can't decide to use one half of it and then the other half, otherwise it ceases to become a split lane.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's something for race direction to sort out. Like I say, we've just got a little bit of a break now here as we wait for our medics to sort out the injured rider. What I will say is, looking out of our comms box window, it looks like that is already starting to happen, and one of the ambulances in attendance has started to move away. It did see the rider moving, and he did look. Rider's been called back down. So do you want to go and do your bit again, and we'll see what what we get out of who's done what?
I have a funny feeling a lot of riders will have gone for full slicks after that. I think that'll have given them a little bit of a opportunity, shall we say, to assess the track situation. Also worth mentioning, a rider that we are missing this weekend, Jack Nation. He had quite a big off here last year in a very similar place to Lee Williams. So
he did. And I did see Jack. I saw Jack at the Hawkston International Motocross walking around and enjoying himself. Did get a chance to stop and have a chat with him. And obviously he had a big off at Oliver's Mount, which obviously was not great for him. But he's making a decent recovery. Doesn't think he's going to be back on a bike. Certainly racing anytime soon. But good to see him, and wish him all the best. And if he's out there watching, Jack, it'd be nice to have you back here in the paddock, even if we don't get to see you on a bike.
Another rider that I know that I've seen missing in the paddock, a very fun rider, Carl Geary, Senior. He's out at the moment with a broken collarbone after an accident over winter. So, bit of a shame. He was going really well on that new KTM that he had.
He was, indeed,
from last year. So, hopefully he mends up soon and gets back racing. But I'm going to head down now to pit lane and again see if I can assess the tyre situation. Right,
that's so Danielle goes and does the investigation work to see who's doing what. I think it's fair to say that obviously everybody's been sent back to the pits with we'll call you back when we're ready. So the jeopardy of the tyre choice, not as much as it was, and I think. There we go, right on cue, our TNL Sports then. There is the 53 of Simon Burgess. He's a guy that came up from B Group. The 58 of Craig Forshaw, that's definitely a slick in the back of that Automotive Solutions Honda. Everybody being called back to pit lane. There is the number 74 of Chris Hodgson and the number 9 of Brad Hardy. Brad back in the pits then after a couple of 3 years off. And good to see him out there, the 155 of Chris Walker. Everybody needs to be back down there because they're going to be letting them out on the grid soon. So the 100 of Alex Mullaney, he did not have a transponder on in the last one for definite because he was not showing up on timing. So if we can see the transponder on the right hand side of the bar of the fork leg, that is normally where they are mounted on these bikes. Darryl Pennington coming to the grid. There's Sharpie, Richard Sharp. Know whether he's changed to a slick front right. Everybody being let out onto the track. So the track is open if you're not here. We will get a sight lap and we will go again. Here comes Jamie Duncan, Andy Mitchell, Darryl Pennington. So the rerun of British Supermoto Race 2 then they come to the line, they will get, I think they'll get another warm-up lap, will get waved through. I don't know whether everybody is here or not. I did not see Richard Blakeman. That was Oliver Holmes, number 42, his teammate. So they will get the wave through. Not sure on what the race distance will be on this one. But a fresh chance for everybody to have another go. I'm not sure as Richard Sharp then slides his way in his customary style. The track conditions now, I won't say they are perfect, but the off-road absolutely spot on. Pretty much sure everybody else is out there, so we'll see what can happen. Can Ryan Kringle been able? Didn't see Kringle actually come back out. Yes, get the nod from Danielle. Yes, he did. Had he got a slick in the front, or was he still on a wet?
Still on a wet.
Okay.
Not as many changes as you would have expected, which makes me think Coward Summit might still be wet.
Which may be what's caught Lee Williams out. Hopefully he is okay. We'll go and do some sleuthing on that in the lunch break, but we'll hope that the man on the number 94 is okay. At least I think that was who it was.
I think it was.
Yeah.
I haven't seen him down in pit lane.
Okay.
Hodgson's still very much on full slicks, and Alex Mullaney now has full slicks.
So if he's out on full slicks, I would imagine that he might be out on his dry bike, which means he might have a transponder on this time. So we will see.
Richard Blakeman looked like he still had a front wetting from what I could see. I think that little off with Dean Hillier has knocked Jamie's bad foot. So I think that's causing maybe some issues now. So we'll see how that plays out.
That's not great for him. And to be fair, it was at 6.5 a dozen. There is kind of an inside line round there, and it's just one of those things that happens.
Yeah.
Shout out to Brad Hardy. I've been very impressed with him. I got mocked for having him as my rider of the day yesterday, and but there he is, very much inside the top 10 on his return, and against this level of field, I don't think anybody, even himself, would have expected that he would jump straight back in to what is the race pace. So there is Kringle. He gets a hand from Kirk to put on his start device. As I say, the man from the Isle of Man, you see some of his stuff on social media. He's a Supersport 600 rider, rides the Manx Grand Prix and the TT. Very, very quick. There is Chris Hodgson on the TM Leeds UK. Bite the man. He was out in racing in Italy in the Italian Championship last weekend and acquitted himself very well. There is Chris Walker on the Trips.uk KTM. He's been riding very well these last few rounds. The last rider out on the circuit is Chris Eastwood, and the riders on the grid saying that they need to be getting going. There's the Fat and Fast of Jamie Duncan, the 100 of Alex Mullaney. They're all moaning that they're losing temperature in the tyres. 54 Richard Blakeman there on the inside of row 2. There's Brad Hardy on row 3. The 108 of Dean Hillier then as well. I think that's Andy Mitchell in behind them. Paulie Baxter's managed to get himself a new peak on his helmet, and he's going to be out there.
I don't think he has. He's still very much a bullet head there.
Oh, he is a bullet head. It was just the graphics. So here we go then. I'll wait for the lights to change. Away they go. Good start from Walker. Is it Kringle going to get... Now Richard Sharp's going to send it down the inside of Odgie. Oh no, Odgie was well there. Good old shot from our 17-time champion Chris Hodgson. He sent it deep. Kringle not making the mistake this time, and he will be fast through the off-road behind Hodgson. Everybody goes wide apart from one rider down the inside. Oh, Blakeman does the crossover on Richard Sharp.
So I think this will be a 9-lap race, so a little bit shorter than last time round. So we can see the riders making their way through the off-road. No fallers on this second restart that we've got. So Hodgson there over the tabletop, followed closely by Ryan Kringle. Then it's the number 54 of Richard Blakeman in third as they make their way up through the off-road. Then it's the 217 of Richard Sharp sat there in fourth.
Yeah, Kringle's got one shot at Chris Hodgson, and he's nowhere near close enough. So Odgie then just already starting to ease away. So now it's going to be the battle for second and third as they come through. We'll see if Alex Mullaney trips the transponder. So it's Blakeman and Kringle, not Sharpie and Kringle. Do apologise. So Richard Sharp getting pushed back a position in the off-road, but he did, he jumped through the ruck, didn't he? So again, I'm not sure of the legality of that, but Odgie has a quick look and comes across the line to complete lap 1.
And he is 2.2 seconds adrift on that first lap. Blakeman there.
Oh, elbows. Here comes Sharpie up the inside and does them both.
Great pass there from Sharpie. He's
He'll
had
take
everyone
that.
arguing in front of him this weekend so far, and he's capitalised on it brilliantly.
It looks like Kringle went down because he's now back to about 5th or 6th. So he got caught in the loose on the outside. And Richard Sharp, he'll have another gift. And let's be fair, he's handed a few out himself in the last couple of races and a few tip-offs here and there. So I think he's gone for a slick front. He's got Blakeman behind him. And I think that was more the fact that Kringle did not want to give up that spot and Blakeman was having none of it. Mullaney has got a transponder on his bike this time, so he is showing up on our screens as 5th, but now 4th on the road with the number 121 or 38 of Kringle making that mistake and running off track.
Yeah, it's definitely a slick front in for Richard Sharp, so he's on full slicks along with Chris Hodgson. Richard Blakeman there in 3rd, but I definitely saw him with a wet front, so we'll see how that plays out as they make their way round Luna.
Going to be interesting to see whether Richard Sharp has anything. It was 2.2 the last time across the line. I can't see it coming down, to be honest, because Odgie is 121, the fastest lap there. Yeah, 2 seconds a lap into Richard Sharp. Although, to be fair, Sharpie did have to make a pass in this bit of the off-road. But Mullaney then 4th, Duncan 5th, Kringle back to 6th, then it's Walker, Mitchell, Harley Sharp, and a good shout out to Kyle Eccleston on the Bathmate KTM in 10th position. That's a good ride from him. Well, Sharpie lighting the rear end up. Like I say, there still will be bits of this track that are not fully dry, and as I'm saying that, I'm looking out of the window and it has all kind of clouded over and looking a little bit black again.
Yeah, it's not as bright as it was.
McCoward Summit then for Richard Sharp, and this is one of the nicest and scariest bits of the track all at the same time. You get this right, there's nothing better, and you get it wrong and it's really not a nice place to be. Race leader then Chris Hodgson on the TM Leeds Team UK bike. He's got the length of the Rogerson straight. Here's the battle then for 2nd and 3rd, and not really much of a battle at the minute, because Blakeman not able to run with the 217 of Richard Sharp, and see what the gap is next time by.
So as they come across the line, there is Richard Sharp. The gap is 3.74 seconds as they cross the line. So Hodgson opening out that lead. He is currently our fastest man on track, doing a 1:21.1 in comparison to Richard Sharp and Richard Blakeman, both doing 1:21.6s and 7s respectively.
It looks like Jamie Duncan's dropping down the order, so the Scotsman had a problem somewhere along the line, and as Danielle did intimate too that JD had a knock on that injured foot. So I'm not seeing flags waving anywhere, so whether it's a mechanical or a rider issue, as we look at Richard Blakeman, his teammate on the Fat and Fast KTM.
I've just seen him enter the off-road from our comms window, so he is still going, but it looks like he has a little bit of a tip-off somewhere or a bit of an issue. But teammate Richard Blakeman making his way down into this really fast area of the circuit. You do have to brake quite hard for this, but you're dropping it down a gear and then trying to get back on the power as soon as you can, as soon as it sort of straightens out. So Richard there, that very typical Supermoto style, trying to keep the feet on the pegs to get that power down on that Fat and Fast KTM. Backing it into turn 1. Looks like we've got a battle there in the mid-pack between Chris Walker, Andy Mitchell and Harley Sharp.
So yeah, this is the battle for 6th, 7th and 8th. The 155 of Chris Walker then coming under pressure from the youngster Harley Sharp, his teammate on the Trips KTM, with the Bathmate KTM of Andy Mitchell, the veteran, all over the back of them. And we've got Brad Hardy there now, so it's a 4-rider battle. Kringle off the front of this one. So, shooting through the off-road or choosing the inside line. Brad Hardy then, like I say, he's had a really good day today. Next along is Dean Hillier, but this is Harley Sharp then closing in on Chris Walker. Chris has been, I think He's obviously not as old as me, but not in the flush of youth. Oh, nice mobile camera there, so we get the full effect of just how stony and loose it is going up there, the big hole in the concrete.
It was quite bumpy up there as well yesterday.
Yes.
People catching sort of the edge of the them bumps and losing the front, so hopefully not an issue that they've got today.
So Walker and Sharp past the end of pit lane, just starting to drop Andy Mitchell a little bit.
I'd have to say I think track conditions are improving. Chris Hodgson now down to a 1:20.8 with the fastest lap. So it looks like this drying track is coming to the riders, especially those that opted for full slicks, I believe.
Yeah, Hodgson then 5.5 seconds to the good on Richard Sharp at the moment, with Blakeman a further 1.2 seconds back, and then 6 seconds between Blakeman and Mullaney and Kringle. So we're watching this battle in the mid-pack. It's not mid-pack, this is a battle for the top 6. Chris Walker will be pleased to be 6. Andy Mitchell dives to the inside. He plays it nice and fair, doesn't do the crossover. Is that going to give Brad Hardy a chance to dive up the inside? Ches going to make, he does, he makes the move. So Brad Hardy then up to 8th position. So he's going to now try and put some pressure on Harley Sharp as Walker then across the tabletop. They're now clearing that with ease, getting the grip out of the corner that they need. Again through the hole. Oh, Blakeman's gone. Blakeman's tipped off. That's at the end of pit lane. So
I think he managed to get. He's just got going, but he is behind Ryan Kringle there as he's rejoined.
Yeah, so he's dropped back to 6. So that was Blakeman tipping off. We only got the aftermath of that. We're watching this battle here with Brad Hardy then all over the back now of the 817 of Harley Sharp as they come into what is now a virtually completely dry Luna. We'll see if Brad can get a run down the straight. He's going to try and get up the inside, leaning off the inside of that number 9 as they come down onto the start-finish straight. Chris Walker's got enough of a lead to not have to defend, and here comes Brad round the outside, not quite got enough room. Now he's going to run around the outside in the off-road section. We're down the inside here, I think. No, he follows, that's a surprise. There we are, up close in the dirt section, and this time Hardy made a pass around there last time. Maybe he didn't fancy giving Andy Mitchell the chance to pass him back as they slide through that little flick-flack and into our tarmac off-road section over the tarmac tabletop. Again, 5, 6 and 7 seconds the gaps in the between the first 5 at the moment, but Walker then, the man who sponsors this series with his Trips.uk motorhome business, him and his good lady Tina are always putting effort into the uplift of this sport, and their team and everybody else always looks tip top. They're helping along with all the other sponsors that we've got for this British Supermoto Championship, Contract Solutions and FF Solutions, also TM Leads, Race IQ.
So these 3 riders now peeling away from the 61 of Andy Mitchell, who's now sat in a fairly comfortable 9th place. Brad Hardy still all over the back of the 817 of Harley Sharp. It looks like he is trying to have a look round the outside, but just not quite close enough to be able to make anything stick just yet. Like you say, he's not going for an alternative line through the off-road. They are catching up on the number 54 of Richard Blakeman. You can see him there just outside his shop. So Blakeman now in 5th place, so that has promoted the 68 or 121 of Ryan Kringle back up to 4th, following his little bit of a moment earlier on with Richard Blakeman.
So still a bit of interest in this one. It is a bit spread out at the front, but this battle certainly giving us something to hang our hats on, as Chris Walker's still not managing to escape these pesky kids. Although, to be fair to Brad, I think he's got to be late 20s at least now. He's no longer the pup that he was back in the day. But Harley Sharp, I think 17 or 18 years old, and come through our academy system where I won't say he wasn't really a star, but he was okay.
So here is the 74 of Chris Hodgson. This is the last lap, so he's making his way through the back marker of 24 Paul Baxter as he makes his way towards the tabletop. So he'll know now he just needs to bring this one home. He's got a comfortable lead of 13.4 seconds on board that TM Leeds UK Team 450. And again, smoothly does it as he heads towards Cower Summit. So it looks like the tyres of choice were definitely the full slicks for this one. So he makes his way down towards that pit lane, staying on that really nice dry line. We have still got a couple of puddles on the circuit, so keep these riders on their toes to not go offline.
Yeah, down the Rochester straight for the final time. A little bit of a wheelie. He will know he's got the job done today. 13 seconds the advantage over Richard Sharp. Sharpie, in fairness, will have gone, yeah, I'm not catching this guy, I'll take the second. And as it stands at the moment, with 2-2 positions going into the final race of the day, Richard Sharp is the man with the overall lead. So a wheelie across the line for Chris Hodgson. Richard Sharp will cross the line second. A good third position then for Alex Mullaney, a man back on the more familiar to him Husky. There comes Sharpie across the line. Here's the battle then. We've come back to pick this up. And so it looks like Kringle's gone down and had an off somewhere, so Kringle's made a mistake. And there's Blakeman, there's Walker, there's Harley Sharp. Kringle has dropped back, so he's had another nonsense. So we're all change on the last lap, so it's going to be Blakeman 4th, Walker 5th, Harley Sharp 6th, Kringle 7th. We've lost Brad Hardy, so Hardy's... Oh, he was not happy, man, so whether he's ended up... getting nerfed off then by Kringle. Kringle's obviously made a mistake, and obviously we went back to our race leader taking the checkered flag, but that all blew up on the last lap. We might be able to get that on a replay, but that was still a good race. And the last few riders battle away across the line, and Danielle will be down in pit lane to get our interviews done down there, hopefully. It's like track there, completely dry. Here is the results then of our Trips.UK British Supermoto A. Is a win for the TM Leeds UK number 74 of Chris Hodgson. Second place, the 217 Trips.UK KTM of Richard Sharp. Third, number 100, the Automotive Solutions, Alex Mullaney. Fourth, number 54, the Fat and Fast team, Richard Blakeman. Fifth, Trips.UK, Chris Walker. Sixth, number 817, his teammate Harley Sharp. Seventh, the Manxman, then Ryan Kringle. Eighth, this is a good result for Andy Mitchell, then on the Bathmate KTM. Ninth, the 108 Crescent Yamaha of Dean Hillier. 10th, the Fat and Fast KTM of Jamie Duncan. He came from a long way back. 11th, after a great ride well inside the top 10, is the number 9 of Brad Hardy. Then it was the 255 Bathmate KTM of Kyle Eccleston. Oliver Holmes on the Fat and Fast KTM came home 13 with the Automotive Solutions. 666 of Darryl Pennington. Then it was Chris Eastwood and Simon Burgess in 16th. Now we're waiting then to go down to Danielle in pit lane.
So we'll just let our academy riders make their way out on track. So that's the last of them. And we're here with Alex Mullaney, one of our under 21 riders. A third place overall in that one. Good ride.
Yeah. Just a good way to start the season, really. I had a P6 in the last race, and I've just had a P3, which is, I'm more than happy with that. Hopefully in the next race I can do the same again. It's just such a technical race, so hard with people falling off, and just maintaining the steady speed and being consistent. It's just so hard, so I'm happy with that. So yeah.
Yeah, we know that you have had a few issues with consistency over the last couple of seasons. I feel like you won't mind me saying you have had a few tip-offs, and it has cost you, but you seem to have got things together. You're back on board KTM by the looks of things. How are you feeling?
So yeah, we've got a KTM and a Husqvarna, two identical bikes produced by TKB Racing, which is Dave Barrington. So we've just about got the bikes set up perfectly, so big thanks to them guys. Thanks to Phil over there, and just overall massive thanks to H. Mullaney's, the biggest sponsor, the ones that make it happen. So yeah, I couldn't be any happier.
Good, really glad to hear it. So we'll see if we can grab a quick word with our second place man, Richard Sharp. We can grab a quick word. Hello?
Hey, second again.
A second again. You sort of got another gift there, we saw. And great. Yeah, we saw that a few little offs and you managed to make it work.
Yeah, but obviously Richard crashed when he was behind me, so that helped out. And who else fell off? I forgot.
There was a few.
It was chaos anyway. Tiring racetrack like, but yeah, enjoyed it. Glad, happy with second. Love a million.
Few riders say it's really technical.
It is, yeah, it's an hard track to get right, you know, all your lines to get right. It's easy to make a mistake and lose time, so you just got to be nice and smooth and find the grip.
So I think it's all about consistency at the minute, which I think you can both agree with, Alex as well. And we'll grab a quick word with Chris Hodgson. I think that's probably exactly how you wanted that race to go, am I right?
Oh, 100%, you know, better off the start and, yeah, just got a gap early on and, yeah, didn't look back really, so...
I think you finished that one with about a 13-second lead across the line, so you've definitely got the dry set up well on the TN. Yeah, managed to get a great start as well, great jump off the line. We saw you and Ryan Kringle battle for a little bit, he went down, so yeah.
Yeah, I mean, swings and roundabouts, you know. First one was a bad one for me, Ryan's had a bad one there. Sharpie's stayed consistent, and now we've got Alex in the mix as well, so it should be fun in race 3 with the reverse grid.
Yeah, we will have the reverse grid, and also Richard Blakeman went down sort of in the middle stages of that race, so I'm sure he'll be back as well.
Yeah, obviously, you know, like, we're not here to play tiddlywinks. We're warriors out there, aren't we? You know, we're on the battlefield, but we've came back, and me and Richard, you know, we're good mates, and we'll stay good mates, you know, just hit at the moment, so, yeah.
Well, we'll go back to Phil up in the comms box and get out our Race 2 Academy riders.
Cheers, Danielle. So our Race 2 Academy riders then on the line, and it is number 41 on pole of Edward Darnton there with Max Rhodes second, Archie Reynolds in third, and Dean Clark there. Pretty sure that's his first front row start as the lights change. We'll get a run down to turn 1. And our FF Solutions Academy racers big move around the outside already by Max Rhodes. Is he going to try and chuck it down the inside? Oh, that was tight. Was the contact there? No, they both managed to get through okay. Looks like Ollie O'Gorman then got a good start, but he just really struggles. He's moved on to a full-size bike now. He's the man in the road race helmet, the little brother of Casey O'Gorman. He's the man making his way in the Moto 3 world. But our race leader then, Edward Darnton, then already a race winner many times this weekend. And he is going to be our race leader across the tabletop for the first time. Rhodes then putting the pressure on the number 5 already. We saw them battle out through the whole of the race.
So back up in comms now. So again, Edward Darnton back out in front. That I saw from that our Academy Race 1. And it looks like a replay with that battle between Archie Reynolds and Max Rhodes. So Reynolds there taking a look over his shoulder to see where Rhodes is on that RWJ Husqvarna. So again, Rhodes looking really racy as they make their way round through Luna. Looks like they may be on full slicks. I can't quite tell, and I didn't get a chance to have a look in our pit lane. Oh, that is the 64 of, I believe that's Sebastian Gazlowski there. Looks like he's had a little bit of a tip-off, but he's getting restarted.
Yeah, Darnton then away again at the front, but not by much. He's not running and hiding by any stretch of the imagination, and Max just trying to say they're running through these bigger berms now a lot better than they were earlier on when it was fully wet. You can see that is almost. I'll say it looks dry. It looks damp on the face of that jump, but for a Supermoto track, that's absolutely perfect traction. There's no danger of the bike sliding away on the marbles as Darnton tries to get himself across the tabletop. So he's the man in the box seat at the moment with a win and leading race 2. But it's this battle here, and Max Rhodes will want to try and find his way past the number 5 Automotive Solutions KTM of Archie Reynolds, because that means that going into the final race he doesn't have to beat him to finish second overall.
Yeah, and like I said, it is sort of like a replay of that race 1 we had where Rhodes did manage to pip Reynolds to it, but again, that was all in the wet. The circuit's completely different from when these guys were technically last out for an Academy race. Rhodes was last out in that seas as well.
Yes, Reynolds is not riding the C class, I don't think. He's only riding the single class today. So him and his younger brother. But obviously, I'm not sure whether. I'm not sure we've seen Dad Paul out there today. I think I saw him in qualifying, but I don't remember seeing him in the races. But that just means that for whatever reason he's not. We've not caught him on camera. But here is the battle then for second. And Tyler Clark still in fourth, O'Gorman fifth, Rip Jennings in sixth. But
Darnton there taking that inside to outside line. Sort of a little bit different. Max there getting caught up a little bit on that rut, not getting a very clean run through there.
Did I notice that there had been a tyre barrier been put in the centre of the circuit there on the inside-outside run to stop people crossing over? I think there was. We'll have a look next time.
Yeah, I think there's been a little bit of question about whether it is or isn't allowed.
My thoughts on that is if you're going to put in a split lane, it's a split lane, and the instant you can cross from one to the other, it ceases to be. So if you're going to build a barrier down the middle of the track, it needs to be, whether it's a white line or whether it's a barrier or it's a white line, if it's there, as in the same way that we do at Rowra, we use a white line simply because putting something physical there would be quite dangerous. You treat it as a white line unless there's absolutely no other choice, and that works really well. But we'll see what happens when they get round there next time. But Rhodes on the gas really early out of there. Yeah. You can see that these boys, I'm not sure whether that looks like it might be a wet front still in the front of Max Rhodes' bike. I don't think, I think they do have a wet bike actually, although they have a spare, which I think Lily's no longer riding her 85, so that has now become Max's spare.
Max looking really racy, so he likes that outside line round turn one. We did see him use that in our C group on that 450, but they are closing in on Ed Darnton as well on that one, so they have closed that gap down to 1.2 seconds. So
he does seem to be having a bit, he's on the struggle bus a little bit. I don't know what, he just did not seem to be particularly racy through that turn there. And Max makes a mistake, and he's going to let that gap out to Reynolds, so Reynolds can suddenly start putting pressure on our race leader. So whether or not Darnton is out there on a slick or a wet or whatever it is, he suddenly did not look comfortable as they came into that off-road section. He lost a lot of time around. It was 1.2 over the line, and by the time they got to the first off-road section, only a few hundred yards further round, Reynolds was all over him. So whatever that was an issue for the number 41, he needs to get his finger out, otherwise Archie Reynolds is going to be sniffing a race win. That bike does look quite low at the front when he comes off the gas. Almost as if the forks are not playing ball. It does look low in the turns.
I think he has got that long front mudguard on as well.
It does make it look a little bit odd as they come up behind Jackson Nuttall on the 183. Managed to pick their way through there. So Max Rhodes has definitely lost the tote as far as the battle for second is concerned. So now the interest is Archie Reynolds going to be able to get his finger out and put a bit of a pass or a bit of a charge on to get onto the back of the 41 of Edward Darnton
on the DCR KTM. Yeah, this is where he's really careful through there. And again, he doesn't have much of a background in off-road as far as I'm aware. And I know that obviously Archie has got a few more years under his belt, I think, in the paddock. Max is closing back in again, so he's not giving this up. It'll be interesting to know who was the fastest on track last time.
So last time round, it was Archie Reynolds. He'd managed to do a 134.2 in comparison to Ed Darnton's 134.4. So only 2 tenths, but it is enough to sort of see that visual gap closing. But again, Rhodes starting to peel back in onto Reynolds there in third.
Now that front of that bike looks really soft into the turns. But it isn't giving him any problems. Obviously it's going to have to dive, and I think, like you say, that long front mud guard for the wet conditions that we had earlier on this morning does make that bike just look a little bit different. Rhodes is coming back at Reynolds, so the gap was a second across the line last time between Darnton and Reynolds, and this time I think it's going to be closer to 3, which means that Reynolds has dropped off the pace of our race leader. And there is Max Rhodes, the number 58 on the RWJ
Husqvarna, he leans in. Again, Reynolds just looking a little bit tentative. There might be a damp spot on the inside there.
Yeah.
Has he gone the other way? Yeah, so he's gone to the inside. There's the tyres, look.
Yeah.
So now is Rhodes going to be able to power around the inside? I'm going to say yes, he is, because all of a sudden the line's going to get shorter and Rhodes is going to go through to second. So now, with 2 laps to go, I don't think now is Darnton going inside or outside on the entry to that? I'm not quite sure.
He was going outside to inside from what I saw.
So that means that Rhodes is not going to be able to make that pass on the race leader. Should he be close enough as we come up the second dirt section for the penultimate time? I think I said earlier on, you never feel like you ever get that bit of the track right. And then this drop down off Coward Summit into this right-hander at the end of pit lane. Just one of those places where you just really hope the tyre gods don't let you down. And I will say that we have... for all the times I've felt like I'm going to fall off there, I don't think I've ever even had a moment that was even close. But it's just, it's one of those places at this Three Sisters track, which, along with the full circuit that they use for the road racing at the end of the start straight, you just think, yeah, I really don't want to fall off here.
Yeah, it is. Seen a few issues with super lights down there over the years.
Yeah, they just struggle getting them things stopped and turned if the conditions are a little bit iffy. So here we go then. Rhodes is the gap is down to 1.7, and so Darnton has gone. Oh, well, this is going to be, they're catching Josh Walker. Rhodes is going to whip round the inside here, but he's going to come across Josh Walker on the racing line. Walker's going to move over out the way. He's a good lad for that, and he does indeed. He lets the race leaders by.
Rhodes has really closed that gap there to Darnton on that lap, though. So
he's not 1.7 seconds now, is it?
Nope.
So is Darnton just doing enough? Well, like I say, I did expect that he might have a little bit more in the tank after what he did in the opening race, but Max Rhodes, like I say, after the injury that he had last year, it took him a little bit of time to get his confidence back, but he's certainly gunning it there. Dad Paul will be down on pit lane, hoping that he can turn this second place into a win and at least make the overall a little less predictable, with 2 wins going out of 3 for Darnton. But they come through the pit lane turn, big lean angle there. But Darnton is quick on the tarmac, I will give him that. He doesn't look like a man that's in too much of a hurry. He looks like a man that's just determined not to give up the win.
He looks quite chilled, I give him that.
Now that shows you how hard he is trying, because he did not look like he was a man that was trying hard there, and he lit the rear end up, and he will take I won't say an easy victory.
No.
He had to work for that, and the fact that he nearly lost the rear end there halfway around Luna just shows you the difference. If that had kept going, he would have been on the ground before he knew what was happening.
Yeah, that was and that would have been quite a fast crash there as well.
Yeah, there's
if
no small crashes in Luna. So Edward Darnton takes victory then from Max Rhodes. We've got somebody pushing in. That's the 64.
Yeah. Now, on that race, we also had Max Rhodes taking a fastest lap on near enough the last lap there with a 1:32.6. So
here's Tyler Clark coming across the line. We missed him last time. Another 4th place for Tyler Clark. Nice knee out style, and he will take another well-deserved 4th place from Rip Jennings, and Cole Reynolds will come across the line in 6th. Ollie O'Gorman ended up 7th, but he does struggle in the off-road. He's as fast as anybody in the tarmac, but he just struggles. He's still a dot of a lad, and drift in the rear. But that's what these road racers are taught to do, and he comes across the line, and he will take 7th. Josh Walker then, he will be 8th, and Jackson Nuttall will finish 9th. That is our First Form Solutions Academy Race 2 in the books. So another group, and let's say...
feel right, that's the odds against me. Back against the wall with my strength. Yeah, I can't let it break. Everything I've been through, it made me better. Ooh, a little hate, it just made me better. Been through everything, it just made me better. I can't waste the pain, it just made me better. Working every day, it just made me better. If it's over, make it what you think they giving greatness out. Now you gotta take it, yeah, serve it to the people, they need hope, it's no delay. That's the odds against me. Back against the wall, my strength, yeah. I can't let it break. Everything I've been through, it made me better. Ooh, a little hate, it just made me better. Been through everything, it just made me better. I can't waste the pain, it just made me better. Working every day, it just made me better.
Well, welcome back to a less sunny than it was when we went away. Three Sisters here at Ashton in Makerfield near Wigan for the last group of races for round one of the Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship. In our holding area now we have the Contract Solutions C Group Race 3, and as you can see, our return to the weather that we had this morning. I mean, I will say that just getting a little bit of sunshine earlier on made it interesting, but we are back to a full wet package by the looks of it for all of these guys as we look at the 303 That's not Jamie Duncan. The number 6 of Dean Clark there on the left-hand side.
So the 303 of Sean Rogerson, who finished third in our Contract Solutions Group 3 race. His brother moving up to the Bs in that one.
Yeah, that looks like Sean Jones there on the Cranked Up Racing KTM behind him, and then the 16 of Tommy Sayer. So, yes, so the weather has changed as we always wait then for the track to clear. We've just got a super light needing a little bit of recovery. For those of you watching at home, we'll give a shout out to new Trips rider Simon Bentley, who's hopped off home early this morning to go and get ready for his decorators coming in instead of being here at Three Sisters. So fair play, Simon. You've actually, I think you did the right thing. Tucked up there in the warm, but. No, he usually only rides Saturday. Not a man that can race 2 days on the trot these days, and there's quite a few of us that fall into that bracket. But nice to see him out on circuit yesterday and share a beer with him last night before he went home. Him and his good lady Cheryl then, been part of the paddock here on and off for a long time, and nice to see them back with a new bike for this year. As our C Group riders then, number 95 John Oakes, then the Bathmates team owner, another man who puts a lot of work and money into this British Championship, and the 56 of Lily Rhodes then. She out onto this now. Again, fully wet circuit. At least these guys and girls will know what they are dealing with. Away from Dean Clark there to his good lady who's there and actually camped right next to the circuit there. So whatever problem Sebastian Gizlowski had with his bike in the Academy race, they fixed it because he's back out there on circuit. So that may have been. Now, somebody ran out of petrol in a race the other day, and I heard it described as we had a fuel level miscalculation, which I thought that was epic, and I can't think who it was. But yeah, so whether that was what happened to the youngster on that 85, I don't know. But whatever it was, they've managed to get it going again. We've got some tyres added there in the middle of the track, as we saw, to stop the split lane not being a split lane, which I think is pretty good. A really slick line around the inside there for young Pearson.
I was going to say, you can see really clearly there on that shot, the inside of the inside there. I think that's a really clear view to show that there's sort of options even with the split lane.
So these guys will find themselves round, and again, for those of them that have a bit of wet weather prowess, they will be fancying themselves in this one. I think Sean Rogerson, he came through quite well in race 1 and then just didn't quite get there in race 2, and as a result he will start from pole in this one and have a chance to go home on this bright and breezy Easter Monday with a win. Dean Clark will also be wanting to do the same, on his way back down to Buckinghamshire with a pot in his hand, or at least a race win. We've got some obviously classes within classes points, which hopefully we will pick up as we go through the races. Sean Jones then, 164 Cranked Up Racing guys. They do a bit of stuff on YouTube if you want to give them a follow. Always good value for money. Rider's eye view of what it is being in the paddock here at British Supermoto Championship. Very much just a group of mates having some fun. Max Rhodes goes through. He's been having a good day. There's the 150 of Liam Pearson. Again, another youngster that's moved up. You interested to see what Max Rhodes does on a 250, because he is now of the size where he could certainly be on one. And I think obviously with the stable of bikes that they have at their disposal, I think there's a 125 in there somewhere as well. But Max is certainly getting the very best out of that 85. Talking to Edward Darlington's dad in the break, the problem that they have with that Husqvarna KTM? No, it's a gas. It is a gas. I did ask him. It's obviously they're all made in the same factory. The problem with the gas, with the wheels that they have in the bike, they are short on gearing down the straight. So he is hitting top as they come onto the straight, and he's pretty much on the limiter all the way down. Oh. So we're seeing him lose like a second from crossing the line into the first turn. That is why. But we'll save that for another race. They're going to be. It's not going to be a problem for them in the last race.
You can see the rain coming down there on the cams. It is absolutely tipping it down now. This isn't just the fine stuff, this is proper rain. But our C Group are on their way, and it looked like a good start again from the second row for Tommy Sayer, but just cut off there by the 303 of Sean Rogerson as they make their way around. So it is The 351 of Rick Owen there that gets out in front and takes that outside line as we make our way through the off-road.
I'm expecting Rogerson just to blast around the outside. He looks like a man that knows his way around the dirt, and Dean Clark the same. He's an ex-motocross guy. So Jones there in 4th, and then I'm not quite sure who it was that came through in 5th. It may have been Sayer. We'll see. They picked their way through, but race leader then Sean Rogerson over the tarmac tabletop, deciding not to go long on that on the first lap, finding his feet before he ends up on his backside, which is very, very easy to do. These guys were out there on a drying track for race 2, and we're all out there on full wet, so it's more of a return to what they had this morning when they were our first race out on track for 2025's Trips.UK British Championship. And Rogerson then already starting to gap out at the front.
Yeah, so I think this one really is Rogerson's to lose. He needs to keep it together again, but Sean Jones been in the paddock long enough now to have that experience in these conditions. Same for teammate there, Sean Jones, who's currently sat in 4th place there, chasing down the number 6 of Dean Clark.
Yeah, Owen then a good second at the moment. Clark just a little bit tentative around there, and the 2 at the front already starting to break away. There comes Sayer round the outside. Like I say, it is really a case of the guy at the front doesn't know how fast to go. The 2 at the front are gone. Here comes Jones at the inside of Dean Clark. That's a nice pass. Sayer's going to follow him through. No, he's not. Squeezed into the barriers. Race leader then Rogerson got to enough of a gap over Rick Owen for that not to be a problem as Jones goes down the inside of Clark.
Yep, that was a nice pass there for Sean Jones. And Liam Pearson, again, he's now back up to 6th or 7th, just around about there. You can see him there making his way through the off-road. So he had an off in the off-road in race 2, so he'll be trying to make up those positions after starting on pole.
So really, testing conditions now as we come to the end of what's been an entertaining weekend's racing. Obviously, we've been live here on TNL Sports all day today, but we were on the circuit yesterday as well. So these guys have been know their way round here, although a completely different layout today as we ran yesterday, as Jones makes sure that he doesn't run too wide and get on the paint down past pit lane. A little bit of standing water on the inside of that turn there. All these riders then, as it started to rain between races, and they were all throwing wet tyres at these bikes. Everybody had changed to slicks when this cloudburst came over, and to be fair, it does not look like it's going to clear anytime soon, so there was no bravery of it will blow over. It was certainly, it started raining literally as soon as we went out of the comms box at the end of the A group race. It started spitting, and pretty much within 5 minutes we were in a full-blown downpour. It's not particularly bad, but the track is fully wet again, which is conditions that we can all agree to get on with. Nothing worse than the half and half that we had certainly in the B group race. But Owen, you can see how it suddenly started to shine up on the face of that jump. There'll still be plenty of grip to be had there, but coming off the off-road onto the tarmac will be where the adhesion level disappears. 1 second over the line. So Owen is actually holding on pretty well to Rogerson. Rogerson, the man at the front, not really sure how fast to go, and Owen obviously knows he can go at least as fast as Rogerson without crashing. Third place then Sean Jones is also starting to close up.
Rogerson is still the fastest on track at the moment, doing his best lap that time around with a 1:36.5, but I think we will see that Sean Jones and Rick Owen are both starting to creep into that gap. So Rick Owen here, the cranked up racing rider, just starting to, I think, find his feet a little bit more with these conditions. They'll be settling into this race now with only 4 laps to go as they make their way round Luna. You can see there isn't as much standing water as there was this morning. So like Phil said, it hasn't been a heavy downpour, but you can see from our cameras there, it is just that consistent rain.
Yeah, shout out to our look over the shoulder there, and all of a sudden our race leader will realise that he's got company. Fastest lap of the race to the third place man, Sean Jones, then 136.369, and he's obviously going to close in. But now this is the chance for Rick Owen to run round the outside. I think Rogerson has another look over his shoulder. If he didn't see Owen, then he's got a chance of getting caught napping. Clark's still there in fourth, but I think Rogerson's got this covered off. I think he's just going to try not to fall off. Pearson there, and then sixth place Farron Young on the 184 on the Beta. So good to see him in the top six on a bike that's not been used for Supermoto that much, certainly in this country. So he's having a decent run in this final race of the day. Looks like Rogerson has had that look over the shoulder and decided to pull the pin a little bit, because the gap to Owen suddenly gone out to 10 or 15 bike lengths in that last half a lap. He was right on him as they went into turn one.
Yeah, Rogerson there smoothly does it. Owen there taking a slightly tighter line as they made their way onto the pit lane. You can see hugging that inside curve, then allowing it to drift out wide to the exit of this track, then again back tight as they make their way through into Luna. Now, if there was standing water, it does build up just there on that corner by that curve, which can catch a few riders out. We have seen riders spin up on the exit of Luna as well today.
But Owen again caught right onto the back, so he must be much faster through Luna. I'm not sure how these Rogerson guys, they're new to me. I don't think they're regular racers, and they're set up to race regularly now, but not names that are familiar to me on the live stream here from last year. So maybe just lacking a little bit of wet weather experience on the tarmac. But as you were saying, it's with the dry weather as well that we've had for pretty much the last month. We've been to this Three Sisters track before now, and all of this grass is absolutely waterlogged at the Easter meeting. Not really recovered from a wet winter, but it's as dry as a stick today. We saw a race yesterday where we had a rider on the grass down the start-finish straight, and he just kept it pinned, and there was dust flying everywhere. I'll give you £1 to guess who that might have been. But yeah, so the conditions here, there's plenty of runoff for the rainwater should the heavens properly open. But at the minute, it is just a steady stream of rain. Shouldn't be giving these riders too much difficulty. And Rogerson easing away at the front. A battle for fourth and fifth then between Dean Clark and Liam Pearson might be worth a watch. They will be just coming down pit lane shortly. But, there's the first three. With only a couple of laps to go in this one. Sean Kozlowski then the battle between him and Max Road for 9th and 10th. That's the battle of the two guys on 85 going the way of Kozlowski. So that's a decent ride for him. Last lap flag out on this one. 1:35.6 then for Rogerson. Is that the fastest lap of the race, Danielle?
It is. That is our new fastest lap as they're out there, and it is the last lap now. So there is Liam Pearson round the outside there of Dean Clark into turn one. So Pearson definitely gelling with this new KTM machinery.
Yeah, that was a nice move. Just carried the speed down the straight. Now is he going to have this is the bit Clark will expect him to be. I'll be expecting him to be faster. Pearson picking his way round the inside. Is Clark going to have something? Yes, he is. So Clark comes back at him. So now it's going to be on this last lap whether the youngster's got anything for Clark round Luna. And this is where old age and treachery, because I think Dean Clark's son Tyler is out in this one as well, and he's probably a similar age to Liam Pearson. Oh, Pearson sails over the tabletop.
He is. Tyler Clark currently sat in 12th position in this race, while Dad is now fighting for position for 4th.
And Mum is probably hiding under a blanket somewhere in the pits, wondering what the hell's going on. But no, she's mad keen for it as well. Nice family. Oh, that was fast then from Pearson down there. Here's our race leader, though, coming in to take the checkered flag. And Sean Rogerson will take victory as they come through. For the final time, is he going to shake? Oh, he's going to shape up for a wheelie. There's always one. So Rogerson takes the line, takes the win. There's Owen in second. Jones will be third, and then we'll wait to pick up this battle as it comes out of the curve. In fact, they're going to pick it up earlier, I think.
Oh, no, that is Rhodes and Sayer.
Yeah.
So they've been having a battle throughout this race. So Rhodes trying to squeeze up the inside.
It's Tommy Sayer out the way. So Liam Pearson did indeed get Clark as they went across the line, and it was Tom Nutter that was closing in at a rate of knots. As we stare through the murk, the rain now making it, I'll tell you something, the view that we get through the cameras is far better than the cameramen get through their cameras. It's getting pretty dark and murky out there, but that was a cracking race at the end, and it is a win then for our First Form Solutions Design and Build Academy, Contract Solutions C Group race, looking at the wrong label here. Win for Sean Rogerson, then he takes a victory by 2 seconds from Rick Owen, whose teammate Sean Jones finished third. A good fourth for Liam Pearson, pipping the number 6 of Dean Clark on the line. 6th place Tom Nutter, 7th place Farron Young, 8th place Tommy Sayer, so Max not quite getting him to the line in front of Tommy Sayer. 9th for Rhodes, 10th for Sebastian Gazlowski, 11th for Jason Laycott, 12th for Tyler Clark, 13th the 71 of Lewis Cooper, 14th the 91 Bathmate KTM of John Oakes, 15th Michael Whittam, and 16th Max Feeney. So that is our C Group racing done for the day. As the rain continues to fall, everybody having a bit of a shelter. That looks like
I think that's Prof.
That is Prof on the back of his helmet. There's 211 off Chris Lambourne. So talking to Paul Groom, he made the decision to go out and ride because he just did. And he said when he was riding it was actually fine, so he was okay. Talking to Jason Slater, he was actually knocked off by Chris Lambourne and they're never speaking again. No, they just came together, a clash of lines on the exit of the dirt section. They just got a tangle of bars, and obviously Slater being considerably smaller than Lambourne, he came off second best. We just watch our podium guys down there, Sean Jones and
looks like Liam Pearson even went to go have a look there as well.
Yeah, maybe he thought he'd got third. So Paul Groom then, the man who crashed whilst leading the first one of these races, shaking his head, what we're doing here. He crashed while leading the first one of these this morning and gave his arm a real bang and was told me that, yeah, I'm done, I'm not going out, and then appeared on the grid, back of the grid for the second race and fought his way through to a very, very creditable third place. And as a result of that, he will start on pole from his teammate, the 211, the Prof. Chris Lambourne, who on that new Trip Stock KTM has been going very well. Here is our podium of 3 old men trying to lift bikes onto stands, all blowing out of their proverbials. Rick Owen there, the 351. He, the man who finishes second place. Oh, look at him.
Oh,
bless.
They need the lifty up stands, not the ones.
Well, what I will say is, I can mark, there's no way I'll be lifting my own bike onto the stand after that. So Rick Owen there, he's the man in third. A win for Sean Rogerson. Yeah, I was trying to say it's the same name as the Rogerson Strauss. Is it the same name? Win for the 303, Sean Rogerson. He'll be pleased for that. And there's third place. Then there is the 164 of Sean Jones. So the Cranked Up Racing boys then flanking either side of Sean Rogerson, and they're now going to retire to a nice dry camper or tent or something and have a cup of tea or a beer, whichever comes first.
And I'm sure there will be a really good vlog over on their YouTube channel, Cranked Up Racing, where you'll be able to see sort of a POV view of that race, I'd say. I'm sure they'll have had the GoPros on, so that'll be good to see.
Yeah, it's not trying too hard, their YouTube channel. It's just that this is what we do. Enjoy it and watch it all done. And fun to see. And they certainly catch the essence of what it's like to be here in this British Supermoto paddock. And for any of you out there thinking, well, I could do that, well, come and have a go. It's a friendly place to be. You don't need to be spending a fortune on expensive race bikes, at least to start with. Yeah, you can make a small fortune out of racing here, but you have to start with a fairly big one.
I do have a feeling that my dad on the start line may be regretting his choices to take off his waterproof pants. He's got his jeans on there, he's going to be absolutely soaked. Our poor marshals.
And let's not forget everybody out there in this what can only be described as less than ideal conditions, who stand out in all weathers to so we can go round in circles and win bits of plastic, but they do. They're the people that make all of this happen. Everybody behind the scenes, the marshals, the medics, all the circuit staff that always make us so welcome here at Three Sisters. And I'll say one of the premier venues in the country. This Race IQ Supermoto Race Beat, as that Kev Crowthers comes to the outside of the front row to join his teammate there, James Wood, number 82. I think there's 3 guys in this who fancy themselves for a win. And I think that Groomy thinks it's going to be him. And I think Prof thinks it's probably going to be Groomy. But James Wood, he was up for this earlier on. Let's see what we got. Oh, you can see the amount of spray. It's a lot wetter than it was. They go through turn 1. Is Prof going to have a run around the outside on his teammate?
He's trying.
No, he doesn't. Is that the 111 of Duncan Wright? It is. So Duncan Wright on the TM, the Scotsman. Then he makes I won't say a surprise appearance because he's a decent rider, but he got a good run. And the 2 Trips teammates then inside and outside. It's Wood there in third, but Wright has elevated. In fact, it's not. It's Crowthers that's the front of the Bathmates. Get all bit of shoulders as they go through in the off-road. But it is Paul Groom who will be doing his best not to repeat falling off in the transition.
See him there tiptoeing through that really tight hairpin as they make their way up to the tabletop. And like you say, there is normally a stream that runs across there, so that'll be something that these riders will have to contend with as they make their way now up over Coward's Summit. Really, really hard to sort of decipher how fast you can actually go around here. And then drop a gear, get back on the power as much as he can, try and manhandle that Trips UK KTM 450. You can see that water is starting to build up there on the inside of that corner.
It is getting really wet. The light then reflecting off the water. It's not as bad as it looks. Kev Crowthers has made his way past what looked like Duncan Wright, who got himself up into third, as Paul Groom just kicks a little bit of surface water. So Prof will hang on to the back of him here and hopefully get dragged away. And it is the man on the 138 that is going to set the pace, as you see the puddles on the inside of the circuit.
I think Chris Lambourne's looking quite racy here. I think he's eyeing up a pass on Paul Groom. Now, we know Groom's good through the off-road, but Lambourne doing the right thing, taking the alternative lane and trying to see if he can carry that speed round the outside. But no, it is Groom that comes out ahead of him over that tabletop. But you're right, Kev Crowthers has found a way past Duncan Wright, and then it's the 82 of James Wood on board that Bathmate KTM.
So Kev Crowthers, another man whose Supermoto career started inside a pair of Andy Mitchell's old leathers. I think he did a full season last year. I think we saw him the first time the season before, an ex-motocrosser who's been around and done a fair bit in his part of the world and enjoying his Supermoto. It's a thing for all us old ex-motocrossers to come and have a fun out at the weekend. And he's actually closing in on this battle for the lead. So Paul Groom then is leading this one away, and he won't want to have to go any faster than he needs to. But with teammate Chris Lambourne behind him, he's going to not expect that anybody's going to poke it up the inside where he's not expecting it. But Crowthers then has closed the gap. Duncan Wright still there in fourth place, James Wood in fifth, and it's 3.5 seconds back to the second of our Scotsman, Michael Craig, in sixth, and Mike Norbury in seventh as they come across the line with 6 to go. And it's the rain does seem to have eased a little, but there's a lot of spray trying to get it started. You can see the rain in the puddles there and a little bit of standing water through turn 1.
Lambourne just showing a wheel there to the inside of the 138 of Paul Groom, but they are teammates. There won't be any I don't think there'll be any argy-bargy between these two.
Oh, here comes Crowthers round the inside of is he going to get the pass done on Chris? No, he isn't.
Not quite.
And Duncan Wright's closing in as well. Now, I would have said that Duncan Wright, I'd say first time out, I think he's done a couple of rounds of the Scottish Championship on that bike, or certainly their test day and their first round the other week on that bike, or the 98 of Jamie Wrigglesworth on the Bathmate KTM. Then he's on, just tipped over in the off-road.
Kev Crowthers actually our fastest man on track at the moment, doing a 1:33.87 on that last lap. So he's definitely closed down that gap to the 2:11 of Chris Lambourne. So I think he's definitely the man on the move here. So, and again, Duncan Wright, you can see there in the background, getting really close to Kevin Crowthers.
It's a 4-man battle at the front. It's a 2 and a 2, but Crowthers is fast through here, fast down the Rogerson straight, and seems like he's got some speed. James Wood's not out of this either, so if Woody can still showing 5 laps to go, it's definitely getting interesting. One of these guys is going to make a move, good or bad. One of them's going to spin up. So KTM that Crowthers is on the orange airbox. They're down the back, down the front straight. Here comes right down the inside of Crowthers. No, again, always looks closer from the front angle. It is. They're queuing up behind Grom now. He's not wanting to. So let's see. So Crowthers is going to take the other line. So this time, he's got a chance to go around the outside. Is he going to make it count? Round the outside? No.
Not quite close enough.
You've got to be faster around that line. It's a shorter route round the other one, as they're all tiptoeing through there.
See Michael Craig and I think that was Jason Slater as well that were making their way through the off-road, along with the 8 of Blake Wilson. Again, having another good ride. He's out there in our top 10, currently sat in 9th place.
A good ride from Slates, because he was on the floor in that last one and lost a lot of time, so he will have started from probably row 4 or row 5. So if he's found his way up to 8th place, that's a pretty good ride for him. As we look at Crowthers coming down off Coward Summit, he's just lost the toe a little bit on our race leaders as the sun actually does start to break through.
Which I'm sure that'll cause all sorts of problems with reflection, so they won't be overly happy.
Oh, Groomy's run a little bit wide. Is this Lambo going to fire his way down the inside for the win? Oh! You always think there's room there until there's not.
It's worth saying most of these riders will have roll-offs now, which are usually clear lenses, so the sun actually peeking out is probably going to be starting to cause more issues with vision, especially with all this spray, than actually any sort of benefit to the track.
So, as you can see, I mean, obviously the flare from the lens there in the sun making it look worse than it is. But we do have 5 riders with a chance of a win with 3 laps to go.
Crowder's looking racy around the outside there. Lamborn taking the inside.
He's going to have the short route here, and he's going to be right on the back of Paul Groom. But again, it's only a bike length that you need. In fact, the whole field there is all in that same dirt section. We can look through at... it's Mike Norbury that's trying to find his way onto the back of these guys with 2.5 laps to go. Paul Groomy giving it the big send over the tabletop. He will be he will be clenched, shall we say, at the front of this one, just not wanting to exert himself. But he's the man that's setting the pace, and as the track is starting to, well, it's not drying. It's never going to dry now, but with the surface water, the grip levels that you get with the water as it is now is, as I said earlier on in the day, it's now more grip than there would be if it was damp, and it's just understanding how hard you can push. But there is very little warning. You're either up or you're down. And race leader then tiptoes into Luna. I think Chris Lamborn is going to have a go here. Down the back straight.
Yeah.
Here we go. He's winding up. Is he close enough? I don't think he is.
He'd have to be a late go on the brakes.
Paul Groom, he looked early on the brakes, but Prof did not want to push the envelope too much there. Crowder's right on him. Let's see if Duncan Wright's. It's all about line choice here. You go that way, I'll go this way. See the black skies in the background.
So Crowder's still not able to find a way past the 211 of Chris Lamborn there through that off-road section, but Mike Norbury has caught up to the back of the 82 of James Wood there, so you can see he's really closed that gap down now. So it was 1.4 seconds across the line last time, and in that lap he's definitely closed that up.
Also Jason Slater made another place. He's past Michael Craig and he's closing in onto the back of Mike Norbury, so with a lap and a half to go, I still think that there's some passing to be done in this one. The dark clouds in the background, it's not as dark as it actually looks on screen there now the sun has come out. Just a trick of the light, but you can see the spray off the 51 of Jason Slater. There he is, closing in a pull on the roll-offs. The race leaders then out of out of the pit lane. There's Groom. So this is it, it's going to be last lap this time by. And Paul Groom will be he'll be glad to see the checkered flag in this one. he will know that they're all queuing up behind him through seeing in the dirt hairpin that there's at least one or two riders.
So
last lap flag.
I think this will be the last attempt that Lambourne had had for this inside, and again he's just not quite close enough to be able to get that front wheel in there.
Fastest lap for Jason Slater, and I think he put a pass on Mike Norbury into turn 1 in the background. So this is it then, the last chance saloon for Lambourne around the outside. Oh, big moment for Groomy, and he manages to hang on.
So looking here, I think there may have been a little bit of passing happening towards the tail end of this group. So yeah, Mike Norbury looks like he's found a way past both Duncan Wright and James Wood there.
Is that not Woody in behind?
No, so we've got Groomy, Lambourne, Crowlers. Then that is...
You're right, it is Mike Norbury.
Norbury.
Yeah, so he's the man on the move. I'll say too little too late, but it's still a good ride from a man that's used to riding between the hedges and fences and walls of the Isle of Man TT circuit. But here is your race leader then, the final time past the end of pit lane, and he's just got to bring it home through a couple of 3 more corners to take what will be probably the longest race of his life.
Norbury's trying to make a move on the 63 of Kev Crowers there in the background as well, so we'll watch them as they make their way round Luna.
He's obviously got a line round here. He's out in the boonies with his knee down, without a shadow of a doubt. But here they come then, the Trips.UK KTM pairing of... yeah, he got him. He got him on the line. Norbury got third. A groom from Lambourne, and Norbury takes third, so that was a good charge through at the end of the race. Crowther's demoted to fourth. A good ride for Kev Crowther's on the Bathmate KTM.
I think we lost Slater though on that last lap, so on our timing screen he is down currently in, I think, 10th place at the moment, so we'll have to wait to see if we can see Jason Slater cross the line and where he slots into our results. He had a good ride, just obviously something that has happened there, unfortunately.
A bit of a rainbow out of the window.
But there is our results, and it was the 138 Trips UK rider of Paul Groon that took the win there, followed closely by the 211 of Chris Lambourne. Then it was third place, the 26 of Mike Norbury, who made that last minute dive on the 63 of Kevin Crowthers. Then it was Duncan Wright, James Wood, Michael Craig and Blake Wilson. Then we had 9th place to Ollie Sims, 10th Ian Rogerson, who started out in our C group today.
Good for him.
And then I believe our timing then shows it was actually Scott Wright in 11th, Max Batty 12th, Tom Elam 13th, Dave Spafford 14th, Oliver Ross in 15th, and Adrian Dealey in 16th.
Well, that is our Race IQ Supermoto Race B final race of the day, done and dusted. And here we are in the Oldham area. There is the 61 Bathmate KTM of Andy Mitchell, full wets for the man from Wakefield.
Yeah, I don't have to go down and check the tyre choice for this one, I don't think.
No, Richard Blakeman there on the fat and fast KTM in the background. All of these guys, Jamie Duncan coming to the line. He was a little bit concerned that he'd re-injured his leg in that last one in a clash, I believe, with Brad Hardy. Not quite sure what went on there, but that was one of the one of the talking points of that. One of the main talking points of the day in our A Group race is the confirmation from race director that both Richard Blakeman and Chris Hodgson have been issued 2 penalty points on their race licences for race 1. As a result of the contact for ungentlemanly contact on the racetrack, and I think obviously that has sent a message to both of those 2 guys that maybe just calm it down a little bit. But I will also say, as a caveat to that, I spoke to both of those guys at the same time, and they're Slater pushing in. So
that looks locked up.
Looks like there's a problem with the bike. So whatever that is, the rear wheel on that KTM is locked up. Looks like it may be thrown a chain. Yeah, so I did talk to Chris Hodgson and Richard Blakeman together, and they were laughing and joking as they always would be. Like they said, as Chris said in your podium interview, they're good mates. They'll always be mates. Things are said in the heat of the moment. But David Dearden, the race director, taking strong action and making sure that both riders understand that they need to tone it down a little bit, and that's taken in the context in which it was served up. In fact, there is Dave Dearden. He declined the opportunity to appear on camera, but that's fine. He's got better things to do. There is the 121 of Ryan Kringle, the man who was absolutely over the moon to see it raining. Reverse grid start on this one for the final race of the day, which will see the godfather of Supermoto, Andy Mitchell, a man who's riding as well as he's ever riding. He should start from pole, with I think it's Kringle in second.
And then I believe we've got the 817 of Harley Sharp in third.
He did tell me he'd got a front line start, so he was looking forward to that, not a lot.
And then he's alongside team boss, the 155 of Chris Walker, as you can see there on our graphic.
Oh, there we go. Fantastic from our guys down in the in production. So that second row then, Richard Blakeman, Alex Mullaney, Richard Sharp and Chris Hodgson starting from the inside of row 2. And it's going to be Dean Hillier in 9th, Jamie Duncan 10th, Brad Hardy 11th, Kyle Eccleston starting in 12th. He's having a good day today, under the radar a little bit, but getting some good results. Then row 4 will be Oliver Holmes, Darryl Pennington, Chris Eastwood and Simon Burgess. And row 5 will be Baxter, Paul Baxter, Craig Forshaw, Lee Williams, who will not be riding, but I've been and visited him back at his truck and he's just a little bit knocked about, and Seth Gibson, who I've not seen out on track today. I think he may have qualified, but I've not seen him out there on the races. This is the points as it stands at the moment. So Hodgson then on 41 points from Richard Sharp on 40. So whichever one of those guys comes across the line first will take overall victory. Kringle there in third. He's already had a race victory. Mullaney 4th on 25, Blakeman 5th on 24. So nice and tight at the top. So our championship standard powered by Race IQ. But here we are then, the final race of the day. They come to the line. There is the 61 of Andy Mitchell, a nice stoppy in the wet. I might say this man, a super vet. There is the 121 of Ryan Kringle. As we said, his bike set up and nowhere near where it needs to be in the dry, but in the wet. He's more than happy with what he's got underneath him. There is the 817 Harley Sharp. Dad Richard in the background. So Harley, and then another one of the young riders, I think I was saying earlier on, come through our academy class when he didn't really look like he was ever going to make the rider that he did. Alex Mullaney was always good as an academy rider, but Harley just turned up and enjoyed the rider. I think he even took a year off, but got onto a 250 and now on a 450. He is a legitimate challenger for top 10s every week in this elite group of riders. There is the champion currently leading on points at the moment. The 74 TM leads Team UK, Chris Hodgson, number 74. Dean Hillier in the background with Jamie Duncan. So here they go then. Away they go. Let's see who's going to get the start. Andy Mitchell. No, it's going to be Kringle from second position. Everybody splashes into turn 1.
Hodgson being pushed to the outside, but then trying to get up the inside of the 155 of Chris Walker.
Oh, it's all getting a bit tight. Hodges already up to third. He goes to the outside. Richard Sharp down the inside. So Sharpie's managed to... Oh, somebody gone straight under the berm. That looks like...
Blakeman.
That is Blakeman's gone over the berm. Sharpie's trying to find his way around the outside of Chris Hodgson and not manage it. Kringle then got the drop. He's gone.
Yeah,
doesn't look over his shoulder. Yeah, knows there's nobody there. He now knows that he doesn't have to defend. And he knows it's not Hodgie behind him. So he's definitely got the jump.
And again, great start there from the Trips UK rider of Chris Walker there in second at the moment. So team boss of Trips UK. But Hodgson blasting by down the inside.
Yeah, that was Chris just getting on the brakes a little early, not knowing how fast to go. But there's Kringle then. The Manxman already away at the front. Hodgson second. Walker third. Harley Sharp then. I think he's the next rider along, unless it's his dad Richard. He's a long way back. We'll get him across the line for the first time. Kringle has a look to see who he's dealing. Sharp then. I think he's the next rider along, unless it's his dad Richard. He's a long way back. We'll get him across the line for the first time. Kringle has a look to see who he's dealing with. Short shifts. Line in fourth from Andy Mitchell, Alex Mullaney, Richard Sharp and Dean Hillier. That is your top 8. So that's Harley Sharp down the inside there in front of Andy Mitchell. So Harley running in fourth, started in second and has dropped 2 positions on the opening lap. And he's not under pressure from Mitchell at the moment. As Hodgson is not catching, it would appear. He is not catching Ryan Kringle, and if anything, Chris Walker...
He's closing that gap.
He is closing that gap. Now, did Hodgie look like he was having a little bit of an issue across the top of the mountain there? Ah, right, if you hear it, it looks like Kringle has blown the guts out of his silencer on that KTM. No, he hasn't blown the guts out of the silencer on that KTM. It has gone.
It has parted company, so not ideal for noise test, and it also won't be ideal for performance either.
I'm not quite sure what the rules are. We'll not get into that at this point. But Kringle is checked out. Like I say, he was definitely... Oh, look at that, absolutely inch perfect. Nobody better through the off-road. So Hodgson has suddenly pulled a big gap on Walker. So he definitely made a mistake somewhere, because Chris Walker was right on him.
That looked like another rider making their way up the banking there.
Oh, that's a crash. Who's that's gone down? That's Mitchell.
Mulaney and Mitchell.
Alex Mulaney.
Blakeman there getting caught up in it. That allowed both Duncan and Eastwood there to nearly find a way through. So Duncan definitely got past there.
I'm not sure what happened. Hopefully we'll get a replay and give us a clue. But I think that Mulaney managed to get by Mitchell and then threw it on the floor, and Andy had nowhere to go. I don't think it was a result of contact between the two of them that caused the crash, but hopefully we'll get a Bathmate replay on that and we'll see what happened.
I think we've also lost Chris Walker on that lap as well. Just looking out of our comms box window, I definitely saw a Trips UK rider having difficulties on the exit of the off-road.
No, he's there. Walker's there. He's still third, and Harley Sharp is still fourth. So the only other rider that could have been in this one is Richard Sharp. So, big moment then for Hodgson as the sun starts to break through. 1:24.2, the fastest lap then for Kringle. But Hodges closing in 1:22.9.
Yeah, so fastest lap of this race now goes to the 74 of Chris Hodgson with 5 laps to go. Hodgson now will be trying to close this gap down to the Manxman of Ryan Kringle. We've got a yellow flag out there. I think that may be for a tyre that's been knocked onto the actual track.
So Hodgson then runs a little wide. 1.3 the gap last time by. Just sails over the tabletop. So Walker then comfortable third, Sharp a comfortable fourth. It's 7 seconds back to Dean Hillier, and then it's Blakeman, Duncan, Eastwood. So the Mitchell-Mulaney crash took a load of people out of that. Took a load of points out. A load of people out at mid-battle, which means that Walker and Harley Sharp have literally got to. Just got to ride it home to finish third and fourth. I don't think any of them could have seen that coming.
Yeah, like they said in their post-race interviews, this track has been incredibly technical and it has caused for a lot of surprise. So Hodgson there closing that gap now as he makes his way around Luna. So looks like he's going for a move up the inside, and I think this will be an easy pass. Yeah,
nothing there for the man from the Isle of Man to answer back with. But he will take what he's given. And Hodgson finds his way back to the front. Chris Walker then still comes across the line in third. He's got Harley Sharp only 1.2 seconds behind him, so that's even that's timed up. They've got 8.9 seconds back to Hillier and Blakeman. As our race leaders then up onto the tarmac table.
So it looks like Hodgson's now settling into this one, pulling a nice gap over Kringle on that last one. You can hear just how loud that KTM is.
Yeah, there may be a post-race penalty, but hey, look, the bloke's ridden the wheels, or at least the exhaust off the thing all weekend, and to lead Chris Hodgson in 2 out of these 3 races here this weekend at the first round of the Trips.UK British Championship. No mean feat as we go back to the mid-pack battle. Look at this. Riders everywhere. These guys in the middle of this race. So that's Mitchell, Richard Sharp. That looks like Hillier. That looks like Mulaney with the bent bars.
Yeah, Alex Mulaney there with that handguard bent down, then just followed by that is Kyle Eccleston on board that Bathmate machine. So Richard Sharp, who's had some great results so far today and been on the podium, he's now currently sat down in 10th place. So this will really affect our overalls, and it does just go to show how much a reverse start can.
Look at the bars on that. It's not just the handguard, that's the bars totally twisted on the Automotive Solutions Husky of Alex Mullaney. You can see it in that shot there as Richard Sharp closes down on Andy Mitchell. All the points matter. And Mullaney doing everything he can to try and hang on as the sun breaks through. We're going to be packing up under sunny skies, which is at least means that we're not all going to get wet through putting our awnings away.
Alex still really pushing hard on, I believe that's his Husky that he's out there on at the moment. And there's the T55 of Kyle Eccleston making his way round turn 1.
So Hodgson then with a 2.5 second advantage over Ryan Kringle at the front, 11 seconds back to the third place of Chris Walker, who, let's be fair, was there to pick up the pieces, but he's been solid all weekend, and that's been a good result for him.
So Alex there, nice tight line as he makes his way up over the tabletop. There's the 217 of Richard Sharp cleanly over there, and he has found a way past the 61 of Andy Mitchell on that lap.
Lots of stuff going on in this one.
So Sharpie making his way down through pit lane, trying to keep that Trips UK KTM under control there as he backs it in to our pit lane corner.
Here we are then, this is Eastwood and the 108 of Dean Hillier. Looks like Blakeman's rode his way through those two guys. Not quite sure whether we saw the last lap flag there or not. I don't think we did.
No, 2 laps to go on this one, Phil, so it should be the last lap next time, looking at our timing screen.
So Dean Hillier then, the man on the Crescent Yamaha, that retro yellow, red and yellow colour scheme, looking really, really good. And when you get not up close to it, there is the 54 Fat and Fast Richard Blakeman. He's had a good ride through because he was up the bank and last pretty much as they came through on the first lap.
Looking at our timing screen, Jamie Duncan currently sat in a relatively lonely 8th place, which if he has bumped his ankle and that is giving him some grief, I think he'll be quite glad to be out there on his own at the moment.
But it has been one of those weekends. There is the number 121 of Ryan Kringle. He's the number 68 on our timing tower. But whether he crashed in the previous race, and that has broken the bracket on the exhaust of that KTM. But Chris Hodgson, the TM Leeds TM UK rider, looks like been away racing in Italy, and did have a bit of a knock, crashed in the off-road there, and the Italian off-road is another level to what we get here in the UK, and just carrying that little bit of an injury. Just said he's just not quite 100%. It's not affecting him too much on the bike, but he knows he's definitely had a bit of a bump, and he's managed to come away with what is looking like overall victory this weekend.
It is, and looking at our live stream at the moment, we do actually have some fans from Italy watching at the moment.
Oh, cool.
We've got someone over in America, so that's great, and a few riders that were here yesterday, such as my teammate Andy Goodsill. He's not riding this weekend due to injury, so wishing him well. As Chris Hodgson makes his way down pit lane, nice and tight round here. You can see that standing water's already starting to dissipate, but Chris fairly lonely out there now. The gap across the line was 3.5 seconds back to the 68 of Ryan Kringle on board that reasonably loud KTM.
Oh, here comes Hodgie then. Yeah, you see, I was right, it was the last lap. So a victory then for Chris Hodgson. I thought I saw Kirk in the background. So a victory then for Chris Hodgson. He will take the overall victory. Here we go. Harley Sharp right on the back of Chris Walker. This is the battle for third, but they've been like this now pretty much for 4 or 5 laps with about a second between them. But Chris Walker will come across the line. He's a man that's looking like he's going to be glad to see the end of this race. But an excellent ride for Walker. He finishes third then behind Ryan Kringle. A fantastic ride for Harley Sharp, a career best for him, I'm almost certain. A good fifth then for Richard Blakeman. Did we lose somebody on the last lap there? Blakeman now in fifth, Hillier sixth, Eastwood seventh, Duncan eighth, Richard Sharp 9th, Andy Mitchell 10th. Oh, Eastwood spilled it. Eastwood has spilled it on the way round Luna on the final lap. He does a bit of a stand-up wheelie, but the Scotsman then sticking it on the floor. Not quite sure what happened there. But yeah, we did lose somebody out of the top end of that race. I'm not quite sure who it was. No, Duncan's there in 7th, so we'll wait for the official results. That'll tell us everything that's happened while Danielle scurries down to pit lane to interview our top 3 of Hodgson, Kringle and Chris Walker. It'd be great to hear from Chris, but there's your official results then. Overall victory on the day for the 74 TM Leeds UK team rider Chris Hodgson. Second place, the 68 of Ryan Kringle, the man from the Isle of Man, having a great weekend. Third, the Trip.UK team boss Chris Walker, his best performance at British Championship level, as I'm sure the same can be said for the 817 of Harley Sharp. Then a great 4th for him. Then it's Richard Blakeman in 5th, a good 6th place for Dean Hillier, 7th place Jamie Duncan on the Fat and Fast KTM, 8th place Richard Sharp, 9th Andy Mitchell and 10th Alex Mullaney. 11th Chris Eastwood despite that fall, 12th Brad Hardy, 13th Kyle Eccleston, 14th Paul Baxter, 15th Darrell Pennington and 16th Craig Forshaw. We will hopefully throw it down to Danielle in the pit lane very shortly as we look at the darkening skies with one race to go this weekend, which will be our final Academy race. And I'm sure you'll agree, it's been excitement. We've seen lots of riders giving their performances. That's still after 2 races, I believe. So I think Chris Hodgson has still obviously taken the overall. And we'll wait for those to ping. We have actually got a live skim on that. And all right, it's in reverse order. But anyway, Chris Hodgson from Ryan Kringle with Chris Walker taking 3rd overall on points according to... Oh, no, it's not in points order, so we need to reorder that. Let's have a look. So it's going to be Hodgson from Ryan Kringle. I believe it's 2nd. I think it might be Richard Sharp in 3rd. Right, let's throw it down to Danielle.
With Chris Walker, a 3rd place. Absolutely great ride from you. What did you have to say?
Pretty speechless, really. Something must have happened behind me for obviously to hold that position. Chris came past me and kind of hung on for a couple of laps, but that were about my limit. And then just rode it. I mean, I kept getting a side view and I couldn't see. I could hear somebody behind me, but I could see it was just a massive gap then. So just kind of tried to ride it smart and bring it home.
Yeah, no, great ride from you. And again, over 45 riders, that'll be really good for your championship as well. But I think it's fair to say I don't think you were expecting a 3rd today.
No, I should have played my joker. I did consider it as well, because obviously when it rains, I do ride, I would say ride better, but I ride nearer towards the front than the back. So, yeah, anyway, good ride, good weekend overall, actually.
I think it's also worth just saying that you have put a lot of effort and time into this championship, so we're all really, really appreciative of that. So we don't often get a chance to actually have a chat with you. No. So thanks for making it onto the podium for us to actually thank you. You've done a lot for the championship, our off-road sections, everything, so thanks for that.
No problem.
So I'm going to quickly grab a word with Harley Sharp. So Harley actually finished 4th, but we just asked if he can come up here and grab a seat on our podium. Now, Ryan Kringle finished 2nd overall in that race. Great ride from him on that KTM, but he has had to shoot and grab the ferry. So quick word with Harley Sharp. That must be a career best.
Yeah, definitely. Just got a good start, kept me mushing, and I was waiting for all the fastest to come, but they never came. I just kept me mushing on a big gap. Yeah, good race.
Yeah, great race. So you need to keep that up, I think, now. Yeah. You managed to show your dad as well, so I think he had a few difficulties in that one. But yeah, no, fab racing from you.
Yeah, Omega. Hopefully it's same again now, at next round at Teesside.
And a quick word with Chris Hodgson. So, Chris, you managed to get a win in that one. Yeah. I wouldn't say it was completely plain sailing.
No, we had a bit of a hairy one at one point. The throttle stuck open in there, coming off the off-road. Had a bit of a run through the tyres, collision with the tyres, but no, fair play to like Mushy and Ryan and all that. Ryan had the measure of us in the off-road, but I was a bit quicker on the tarmac, and Harley were a great result 4th. You know, it was only last year he was struggling to qualify for the A's. So, yeah.
I think someone else is trying to grab a little word here, aren't you?
Yeah.
But no, great result from you and a great result for the team as well, for TM.
Yeah, fantastic. You know, the guys at TM like Davide, TM UK, TM Leeds, and the guys in Italy at TSV. You know, everyone's worked hard over winter to put it all together, and yeah, the only way I can repay them is with results, and yeah, we're getting them done.
I think that's good to see, and it has gone really, really well for the first round of the 2025 Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship race for the A's. But I'll go back to Phil up in commentary as we get ready to watch our last Academy group.
Cheers, Danielle. Right, yes, we are live on track with the Academy race at the moment, and there are the points. Chris Hodgson then taking victory with 66 points from Ryan Kringle on 54. Richard Sharp taking 3rd place then. Richard Blakeman taking 4th on 35. Tying with Chris Walker, his best performance. Brilliant result then for Harley Sharp in 6th with 26 points. Alex Mullaney 7th. Jamie Duncan 8th. Dean Hillian 9th. And Andy Mitchell 10th. I think that will give Harley Sharp victory in the under 21 championship round for this weekend as well. And Chris Walker victory in the over 45s. We cut back to the race leader in our Academy class. It is the FF Solutions Academy, our final race of the day. We were under a bit of a time curfew here at Three Sisters, so we cracked on with that one while we were doing the race interviews, but we want to try and get that in before the race, before the rain came back again, as Darlington lights up the rear end of that number 41. I did say that he was having trouble straight line speed because he can't get the sprocket on the bike that he needs to get without modifying the wheel, so he's pretty much on the rev limiter all the way down the front, down the back straight, which is giving Max Rhodes the chance to close in. But 1.5 seconds the gap last time by, but Max Rhodes not in shot. As we look through back down the Rogerson Straight, there he is. Rhodes just coming into shot now, and again he's managed to get the best of Archie Reynolds. It was a good weekend for Max Rhodes. He's had some good racing.
He has. He's rode really well, and again, doing double duties, racing against those 450s as well, so that may have given him a little bit of an advantage for track conditions, but Ed Darnton takes the checkered flag.
Takes the checkered flag, yeah. We got that race went off pretty much straight away after our A group race finished, so apologies to our Academy guys, but we've got to get the racing in for the circuit curfew. But we'll give props to Ed Darlington for what I think is a perfect weekend. I think he's took 6 races out of 6. He's definitely done 3 out of 3 today. A hat tip to Max Rhodes for his performance as well, which I think that's his a brace of 3rd place. Is Archie Reynolds on a new bike this year? He's done. Sebastian Gazlowski got the better of Tyler Clark by the looks of it, as we wait for them to come across the line. But a decent day for those guys. They are all going to get top 6 finishes. I think that's Gazlowski coming across the line there. Well, round 1. That's been an entertaining day. We've had incident. We've had weather. We've had collisions. Here's our results for our FF Solutions Design and Build Den Supermoto Academy. It was a win for Ed Darlington. He took a victory for the 3rd time today from Max Rhodes, the man on the number 58. Archie Reynolds took 3rd. Sebastian Gazlowski there in 4th. Tyler Clark 5th. Cole Reynolds 6th. And Ollie O'Gorman 7th, with Josh Walker 8th and Jackson Nuttall 9th. It's been a great day's racing across all classes. I'm certainly hoping that our next round at Teesside is as good as we've seen today. And what date have we got one for that one?
So Teesside, we're back there for the 10th and 11th of May. So it will be, the live stream will be available to watch on TNL Sports on Sunday the 11th of May. But from us, I think that's a wrap, isn't it?
It is indeed. Thank you very much.